seated, you are allowed to take off the mask. I think we all enjoy to meet with one another, and hopefully in the near future we will have full house, so to say, also in person for our discussions. So welcome to our think tank event, to this year's think tank event, the International Expert Roundtable on human trafficking. And today we would like to focus on a special issue, namely understanding the linkages between labor exploitation, migration, and human trafficking. I think it's an important issue, and I'm sure we will have most interesting discussions. So to start with, I'm very pleased and I am very thankful that we can be here in the Chamber of Labor in Vienna. They are, so to say, partners in this regard. They offer not only this excellent room here, this excellent venue, but also the technical support. So thank you already. And which is a highlight, we have the Director General here who is willing to greet you and to welcome you, those who come from abroad, welcome you here in Vienna, in Austria. Director Klein, may I ask you to come here and to say a few words to our participants? Yeah.
Okay. Good morning. Welcome to this hall within the premises of the Chamber of Labor of Vienna. My name is Christoph Klein and I'm the director of the Chamber of Vienna, Chamber of Labor of Vienna. Let me tell you just a few words on our organization, which is internationally seen quite unique. Chambers of Labor exist only in Luxembourg, which is not the biggest of states, in Austria, and in two parts of Germany, namely in Bremen and Saarland. Unfortunately, the smallest provinces of Germany, so we are not very widespread internationally, which really is a pity. Why? We are an organization of workers and employees, similar to a trade union, but of course also in Austria there exists trade unions. So what is our function, what is our construction, our structure? In opposite to the trade unions, we are constituted by law, which means every worker, every employee in Austria is a member of the Chamber of Labor. And we are funded by contributions of all these members, which are almost 4 million members, which gives us considerable power and impact as a lobby organization for workers and employees. Our income last year, for example, was almost €500 million. And with that, you have quite a counterweight to industrial and financial lobbies. What is our task? Whereas the trade unions in Austria is often characterized as fighting workers' organizations, we are the expert workers' organizations. We work closely together, of course, with the trade unions, and we give service and support to the workers, especially in labor law. We represent them in labor court, which is quite important because only by that we give our members back more than €500 million per annum. And additionally to that, they get free education in many fields, and they get especially the political lobbying. but we also give consumer law advice, tenancy law advice. We support our members in many fields. But with 4 million members in the back, of course, government and the economy is forced to listen to us. We have considerable force, of course, when we say we are talking for 4 million Austrians and their families. So every government, even if it's not very inclined to listen to us, just has to listen to us. We are democratically constituted. Every 5th year there are elections. And right in this venue, 2 times in the year, our constitutional assembly sits and gives us, as employed workers for this organization, the political directions in which we have to go. In Austria, in Vienna, we have a female president, Renate Andal, which is quite well known and respected. And in every part state of Austria and all the 9 provinces, there exist these chambers of labor. Well, we are in a way similar. We are both fighting for social justice, for humanity. You with your hard subject, human trafficking. So we are very glad to have you here in our venue. I wish you all the best for your conference and some nice time in Vienna. Fortunately, we have really nice autumn weather. So have a good conference and a nice day. Thank you for everything.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. This is also right to our to the issue we are going to discuss. So thank you very much that you have time. And again, thank you that we can have this excellent venue. It's a pleasure. Goodbye. Ciao. So thank you very much. Again, let me say a few words on what we do here. I mean, first of all, we have also a live stream. So the discussions we will have today can also be followed via live stream. And I saw that even people, I don't know how it come, but obviously also people from Hong Kong and Canada and the United States and Australia are interested in our discussion. So just that you know, this will be important maybe also for the follow-up. And let me just remind you what we do. I mean, we are this regional implementation initiative is an initiative which aims at spurring or at supporting or at further developing the approaches to human trafficking and try to generate also the political will, because very often we see we have now various documents. We have the documents at international level, at like the UN, the Council of Europe conventions, the ILO conventions, we have the directives, we have national laws, but nevertheless, we must admit, at least those who are here and have a critical look at trafficking and anti-trafficking, we must admit that we are not really, that we don't see a diminishing of human trafficking. And very often we must also admit that the responses are not really appropriate. So what we do here, we have a group of experts here, experts who, researchers, for instance, experts. We have often also media representatives. We have so-called practitioners, so those who tell us that the things we discuss, whether they are feasible or not, or make sense or not. So it's a good mixture of people, but all of them are just ready to think beyond or outside the box and beyond phrases we have heard now for more than 20 years. And this is what we are going to continue also today. So I'm very pleased that you are all here, and I would like to start by introducing our panelists. We will have today 3 panels on the overall issue, but with slightly different focuses, the 3 panels, but I would like to start by introducing all the speakers to start with, and afterwards I would ask those who are at the first panel to come to come up here and to continue a discussion. One more issue I would like to tell you, and mainly also for those who follow us via live stream. All the people here, because only Clara, but the others don't wear a mask. It's when you are seated, you are allowed to wear the mask, and we are all controlled. We are fully vaccinated, or we have all a PCR test, which in Vienna is valid only for a shorter time, for 48 hours, or we have been diagnosed, fully recovered from COVID. So we are more or less on the secure side. I start now by, one more thing I would like to mention is that I would like to thank our partners of cooperation. The partners of cooperation are the Human Rights Office of the City of Vienna. I'm very glad that we have the head of this institution here, Shams Asadi, and a colleague helped at the reception, let's say. Another partner is the CEPA, the Center for European and International Policy Action, located in Brussels, but this is also our link to the European Commission and to the EU. Another partner is the EU strategy for the Danube region, and here also Vienna plays an important role. The Vienna office, institutional capacity and cooperation, manages projects such as the Danube cities against human trafficking. And last but not least, we cooperate also with a private initiative acting internationally. This is Act Now. So thank you for this, because, and it's not just that we do it now and then in some weeks we forget about that. No, it's a constant, more or less a constant cooperation which gives us insight in many specific ways. As I said, I would now like to introduce to start introducing the speakers. I have online, could we see that? Online, we have Roger Plant. Roger Plant is an independent expert and consultant. Between 2002 and 2009, he was the head of the ILO Special Action Program to combat forced labor since its inception, spearheading the ILO's work against forced labor and human trafficking. His book, Sugar and Modern Slavery, published already in 1980. I must just repeat that, in 1980 already, was one of the first to draw attention to new forms of forced labor and human trafficking in today's global economy. He has consulted on issues such as human rights and labor standards, migration workers and contract labor, rural development, indigenous people and ethnic minorities, and corporate social responsibility for a range of international organizations, governments, financial institutions, private companies, and NGOs. So thank you very much. I'm very happy to have Roger with us. Then I would like to introduce Johannes Payel, at the first row. He works at the Austrian Chamber of Labor, His main working areas are expertises, analytic work, and publications on Austrian and European migration law. He studies on proposed legislation, legal counseling in labor market and migration-related law. He is member of various committees regarding migration law and national and EU, at national and EU level. For instance, the Advisory Committee on Free Movement of Workers of the EU Commission, or the Committee on Integration of the Ministry of the Interior, or the Committee on Foreign Nationals, the Ministry of Labor, Social Affairs and Consumer Protection. He is also a lecturer at the University of Applied Sciences in one of the provinces of Austria, and at the Danube University in Krems. So thank you very much for being here, and I think we will certainly have interesting discussions. Then I would like to introduce Rizat Piotrovic. He is also online. Could we have him? He will be online because it was rather difficult. He is from Wales, and it seemed really difficult to come from Wales in these times to Austria. So he decided to be with us online. Rizat, are you there? So Rizat Piotrovic is a professor at Wales University. I have always problems to pronounce it. It's Aberystwyth University, where he teaches in the Department of Law and Criminology and specializes in migration law. He was a member of Greta here we have you. He was a member of Greta, the Council of Europe group of experts on action against trafficking in human beings for 2 terms, and vice president for a while. He was also a member of the EC group of experts on trafficking in human beings. He is adjunct professor at the University of South Australia and a senior research associate at the Refugee Law Initiative in the University of London, and many more. You know, he's really a person active around the world, I would say. He has acted as a consultant on human trafficking for the Council of Europe, for IOM, for OSCE, UNHCR, for the EU, for ICMPD, as well as national governments and NGOs, and has conducted training programs on human trafficking in many countries. He has published extensively on the law relating to human trafficking. So welcome. Thank you very much that you join us online. Then I would like to introduce Vasilis Kerasiotis from Greece. He is a human rights lawyer. He was the lawyer, the legal representative who took a case to the European Court of Human Rights, and he won, if I may say so. This case was known as Chowdhury versus Greece. It concerned a number of irregular migrants from Bangladesh who cultivated strawberries on farms in northwest Greece. A case of deemed to be trafficking for the purpose of labor exploitation. In his recent work as a country director of a refugee support NGO, he supports refugees from Europe arriving in the USA. So we will certainly be keen to hear more about the case and why it was so important to take it to the European Court of Human Rights. Then I would like to introduce Clara Skrivankova. She is an internationally recognized senior expert on business and human rights, decent work and modern slavery. She has been working in the field since 2000, starting as a program manager in La Strada, Czech Republic. So a long time, and we are very glad that also when you go to Czech Republic, you always pass, or you sometimes pass through Vienna, so very welcome. Between 2005 and 2019, she managed programs in Anti-Slavery International, located in London, and led the development of the organization's business and human rights program. She was a member of the EU experts group, also advising the European Commission. She advised various foundations and initiatives, such as the Ethical Trading Initiative and the Dana facility in Myanmar. I mentioned that simply because Myanmar, just showing that it's really also very far. You reached out very far. So currently, she currently works for the Anti-Poverty Foundation Trust for London and continues to independently advise organizations and businesses on modern slavery and responsible business practice. So again, very welcome, and we are very glad that you found the time to come. Then I would like to introduce Helmut Sachs. He is a key researcher at the Ludwig Boltzmann Institute of Human Rights here in Austria, and a staff member since 1995 with research projects and consultancies in various human rights areas: social rights, development cooperation, internal displacement and refugee law. Since 1997, his focus is on human rights of children, and since 2006, he focuses on anti-trafficking efforts. He's a lecturer on civic education and human rights at the University of Vienna. He provides consultancies for non-governmental organizations, the European Commission, and the Council of Europe. He's a member of the Austrian Child Rights Advisory Board to the Federal Ministry of Families and Youth, and of the Child Trafficking Working Group of the Austrian Task Force on Human Trafficking, and for many years he was also member of Greta. Then I would like to introduce Albin Diering. I see, thank you. Albin Diering is now project manager at the European Union Fundamental Rights Agency. He worked as a lawyer in various Austrian ministries and positions at the Federal Chancellery, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of the Interior. For the EU Commission, he implemented projects relating to fundamental rights, policing, and the judiciary in Poland, Croatia, and Turkey. And from 2009 to 2011, he was a legal assistant at the court in, what's the correct, in Luxembourg, the Court of Justice in Luxembourg, before joining the EU Fundamental Rights Agency in 2011. Then, again, an online, I would like to introduce Susanne Hoff. She's also already well known to us because she is the international coordinator of La Strada International. Not only is she very active and trying to check everything what is going on in the field of anti-trafficking, but also La Strada International is the European NGO platform against human trafficking, comprising 26 NGO members and 4 associate members in 23 European countries. So as you can see, this is important. You know, it's not just let's say an NGO here and there, but they really coordinate also in order to provide excellent expertise. La Strada International, whose overall aim is to prevent trafficking in human beings and exploitation in Europe, and to protect the rights of trafficked and exploited persons and ensuring their access to justice. She manages a broad range of tasks, including strategy planning, lobby and advocacy, and coordination of European projects, and research on the issue of human trafficking, building the capacity of anti-trafficking NGOs to cooperate with businesses and trade unions, and address labor exploitation, and ensuring complaint mechanisms and access to remedies for workers. Recent projects relate to early identification, access to justice, and compensation. And I think tomorrow, I mean, she is online because tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, she has a big event on her own in Amsterdam, in the Netherlands. So maybe we can also hear a bit what it is and what you wish to achieve by that. Then I would like to introduce Markus Zingele, second row. He's a sociologist and staff member of the Counseling, Protection and Support Center for Men affected by human trafficking, called Men Wir, in Vienna, that he started to establish together with colleagues on behalf of the Austrian Federal Ministry for Labor, Social Affairs and Consumer Protection in 2013. So it will certainly be interesting to hear from you how it went on, you know. I mean, it was not always an easy task, of course. They started with the pilot project focusing on health aspects in order to offer special support for male victims of human trafficking. So very welcome. Thank you very much. Then I would like to introduce Philipp Schwertmann. Is that you? He's the head of the Migration and Decent Work section at Arbeit und Leben, also work and life at the German Association of the Trade Union in Berlin. As such, he is responsible for the National Service Center Against Labor Exploitation, Forced Labor and Human Trafficking, which was founded in 2016 on behalf of the German Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs. Before joining Arbeit und Leben, he was head of the counter-trafficking section of IOM, Germany, and worked at several research institutions, foundations, and an umbrella organization of migrant self-organizations. So thank you very much for coming. Welcome in Vienna. Then I would like to introduce Evelyn Probst. She was late, therefore she's sitting in the back. Welcome, Evelyn. She's the coordinator of the Austrian Intervention Center for Trafficked Women and Girls. In her capacity, she monitors the support system for trafficked persons as well as their access to their rights. Focal areas of her work include access to compensation for trafficked persons, interlinkages between human trafficking and undocumented work. Maybe we will hear a bit more about that. She is a certified trainer for public authorities, police, NGOs, and other relevant actors. She was a member of the European Commission Expert Group Against Human Trafficking. She is the European board member of the Global Alliance Against Trafficking in Women and board member of La Strada International. She teaches at the Austrian universities and at the Mexican university, the Universidad Autónoma de México. Furthermore, she has published in the field of trafficking in women, focusing on feminist women's rights perspective, exploitation and compensation for victims of human trafficking. So, welcome. I know there is a lot to do, but thank you very much that you found the time to join us. And then I would like to introduce Roxanne Hassani. She's here, Roxanne Hassani. She is the project development officer of the Comité contre l'esclavage moderne, so the Committee Against Modern Slavery, located in Paris. And during the last years, she mainly worked as project development and on project development and conducted a statistical study on Moroccans victims of trafficking in human beings for labor exploitations profiles. In 2018, she operated the launch of the so-called SAFE project, aiming at building local capacities in Morocco to better fight trafficking in human beings for labor exploitation. Today, she continues to coordinate the project in close ties with 5 local Moroccan civil society organizations. So, very welcome. Sorry. And then I would like to introduce Sara Prestiani. She is Migration and Asylum Program Officer in Euromed Rights. base in Brussels. We will hear later on more what it is and what you do. She has focused her research from 2004 on migration in the Euro-Mediterranean space and in the Sahel region through field missions at the internal and external borders of this area, and has developed a visual approach and advocacy strategy. She has contributed to several reports produced on the violation of human rights at the borders and published together with others books. She took, among others, part in the collective book A World of Camps, as well to the Atlas of Migration in Europe. So welcome. We are very keen to hear more about you. So by the way, I'm just asking the technicians, I see only Richard Piotrovic is at our live stream. You will see the team's members all the time. Sorry, You will see the team's members all the time on your screen. No, I don't see them. I see only Richard, which is fine.
I think Roger has switched his camera off.
Oh, okay. No, I just wanted to know. No, it's fine. If those joining us via live stream can see the persons, it's fine. You know, the experts, then it's fine. But if they only see Richard, although he's beautiful, yeah, so a handsome man, but I hope they can also see all the others who I mentioned. Okay. Okay. Then I would like to introduce Mike Dottridge. For the past 15, 20 years, he has worked as an independent consultant on human rights and child rights issues. He has shaped quite a number of European and international documents, if I may say so, such as the UNHCR set of recommended principles and guidelines on human rights and human trafficking, or the recommended principles to guide actions concerning children on the move and other children affected by migration, or the UNICEF reference guide on protecting the rights of child victims of trafficking in Europe, just to name a few. He has worked in different parts of the world, particularly in regions where human trafficking is regarded as a major problem, such as Southeastern Europe and Southeast Asia and African countries. In his work, he has focused on various forms of exploitation, including child labor, the commercial sexual exploitation of children, forced labor, and trafficking in human beings. Thank you very much for being here. Then I would like to introduce Connie Ricken. Yeah. She is professor of human trafficking and globalization at Tilburg University Law School in the Netherlands. Before, she was director of the Interdisciplinary Research Institute on Victimology and served for 10 years as a deputy judge in criminal proceedings. She is trained as a lawyer in international and European law with specialization in human rights law. Over the last 20 years, she has researched and published on many different aspects of human trafficking, including labor exploitation, the role of businesses in combating human trafficking, and the psychological consequences of human trafficking, etc., etc. She has conducted research, she called it also research that matters, on labor migration, labor exploitation, urban refugees, on inclusion and exclusion through migration. She is editorial member of the Journal of Trafficking, Organized Crime and Security, and she has recently been appointed member of Greta. So very welcome. We are very glad you could make it, because I know how much you have to do. So thank you very much for coming. And last but not least, I would like to introduce to you Kirill Sharapov. He is a professor of applied social sciences of the Edinburgh Napier University and associate director at the Scottish Graduate School of Social Science. He has a long-standing research interest in forced migration. He has a considerable record of conducting policy-oriented research and publications within the broad domain of migration, and with a specific focus on policy and media representations of human trafficking. He is currently leading a participatory action research project investigating the impact of the pandemic on internally displaced people with disabilities in Ukraine. I understood the first project of its kind. So very welcome. We are very glad that you could make it. So this is, it was just, I thought it's important to introduce all the panelists. The idea is that the panelists introduce their concern, let's say, and then we continue to discuss among us. And as I said before, in 3 panels, so I would now like to ask the panelists for the first panel to come up to the podium. These are, Roger Plant will be online, then I would ask Johannes Beil to come up here, then online we would also have Rizad Piotrovic with us, then I would like to ask Vasilis Karasiotis to come here, Klara Skrivankova, please, and Helmut Sachs. Please come here and take a seat. So let me start by calling on Roger Plant. Why Roger Plant? Because he has started to focus on trafficking for labor exploitation or labor exploitation in general many, many years ago. And I would like to ask you, looking back, so what is your impression? Have we moved forward? Where not? Is it difficult? What is difficult? So what is your impression when we discuss the problem of labor exploitation and more specifically trafficking for labor exploitation, and what has it to do with migration? Roger, you have the floor.
Helga, thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be with you virtually, and I'm very, very sad that I cannot be physically with such a distinguished group of participants. Helga, you have a wonderful habit of posing difficult questions on complex subjects, and it's very hard to respond to this in 2 or 3 minutes. I think we all know that it's a formidable task even to examine the relationship between these concepts of forced labor trafficking, migration, asylum, protection, and refugees in today's complex circumstances, let alone come up with ideas as to how to deal with them. Yes, you're absolutely right. You kindly invited me to address your OSCE high-level meetings a long time ago, I think first in 2003, 2004. At that time, it was an uphill battle to place the emphasis on trafficking for labor exploitation. Some people were actually quite offended with me, accusing me of taking attention away from what were the main elements of trafficking, which for them was trafficking for sexual exploitation. I think these days have now gone by. But I came across an interesting statement when I was trying to get up to speed on recent approaches to trafficking. And I looked at a report done for the European Parliament. And an interesting statement they made, and I'm going to quote it, is the problem of labor exploitation has only come under the spotlight in the past 10 years. That would be since about 2010, 11. As for a long time, it was believed to concern purely illegal markets and not to affect mainstream industries. Well, certainly I've been arguing for a very, very long time that we have to distinguish between what can be the rogue elements of labor trafficking, which is, of course, the gang masters, those who are bringing in sometimes vulnerable workers from their own countries, bringing them in. And we know how serious that exploitation has been in agriculture and other less high-tech sectors of the economy. But I think it is true that, I would say for me, it's only since about 2006, 2007, that I began to realize how seriously these problems were penetrating mainstream industry. This has not been widely documented, though the documentation is getting better. I think there was a lot of emphasis on the electronics industry in Asia, and this galvanized some of the big companies like Apple to take remedial action, to try to root out the excessive fee charging of migrant workers in their supply chains, but for examples being Bangladeshis in Malaysia, where the problems were particularly serious. Then we had other industries like the fishing industry. I didn't focus on this until about 2009 and 10. There's been a huge amount of focus on it over the last 6 or 7 years. Some of the major companies, supermarkets in the UK, realized that they were being accused of benefiting from the widespread exploitation of slavery-like conditions on Thai fishing vessels. This was all over the media, and certainly they were pressed into action. So I think, so the first thing to say is that I think the European Union is right that there has been a growing realization that it's not only sort of agriculture, construction, gangmasters. This can get everywhere. It can affect every company. The second thing I'd like to say, I think it's sometimes useful to focus on statistics. I don't know how many of you have seen the latest US TIP report and its global law enforcement figures, but it really is quite striking that if we look at the figures for Europe of identification of victims, prosecutions, and convictions, we find that just over 1,000 victims of trafficking for labor exploitation were identified in 2020. This is approximately 1/4 of those who were identified in 2015. Now let's look at the other figures on prosecutions. 101 prosecutions for the whole of Europe and 33 convictions for the whole of Europe. And this is, again, about 1/3 of what we saw a few years ago. And if you compare sort of labor trafficking for sex trafficking, we got 101 prosecutions for labor trafficking, over 2,300 for sex trafficking. So really, law enforcement is not coming to grips with this. It's not even identifying it, let alone prosecuting. So it's a fairly serious problem. If you look at the latest UNODC report, we all know that they have these global reports. They are now saying that 38% of all identified trafficking cases worldwide are trafficking for labor exploitation. So I'd say at the theoretical level, yes, we're realizing that this is a vast problem. But if you look at practical action against it, very little. I'm not going to say, this will be a lecture if I go on much more. What I would like to say is that I also looked at the Greta guidelines on trafficking for labor exploitation. I think it's interesting. They come up with some very good recommendations. Some of them are trying to really make major companies responsible. And of course, there's a lot of emphasis on compensation for victims, how you get it. These are very, very big problems. I don't want to exaggerate them because there are a lot of unknowns. But I'm sure Richard will talk about the extent to which these Greta guidelines are being put into effective action, if at all. Because I'd say that, yes, the awareness of the generality of the problem is there. The means of effective action is not. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the moment. Afterwards, I would like to come back to you, but I would now like to give the floor to Johannes Payal. In his statement, he said, as long as victims of human trafficking cannot obtain an at least a stable residence permit, and thus in many cases cannot claim social benefits, the efforts to combat human trafficking will inevitably fail. So this is certainly something we all would, at first sight we would agree to. But tell us a bit more from your experience. What can be done and how could it work? Please, you have the floor.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Thank you for organizing this very interesting conference. Yes, first of all, I have to say, like probably most of us, I raised those points or those topics in quite a few conferences, workshops, think tanks, wherever I went to, wherever I go. The problem is there doesn't seem to be much progress at all, neither on Austrian level or on European level. Because the points which I would like to raise are very well known, I guess, to everyone of us. If you would like to receive a residence permit as a victim of human trafficking, there need to be court proceedings going on, and you can only prolong the residence permits as long as court proceedings are going on, which is, of course, a big problem in itself, because once you do not get hold of any people whom committed any offense, any criminal offense, once court proceedings stop, you start to get problems, and that, of course, is not the biggest margin of trying to get people trying to collaborate with authorities, with prosecutors, and all the relevant authorities. And the problems even do not stop once you get a residence permit in ground of Austrian law, because to get a residence permit which is independent from the purpose of trafficking, you need to provide sufficient means, which you can only receive when you started working, but you need a work permit to start working, which is in practice, not in theory, but in practice often very hard to get. And the second problem, we have to state that the Austrian law is less convincing to combat trafficking in this area. And the problem is, this is very much in line with European law, because if you look at the particular directive, it just says you need to provide a residence permit and you need somehow provide an access to labor market. But it's not specifically in any way, not specifically that you tell, okay, you need to have a proper chance to get one. You don't need to have a really stable residence permit which is independent from trafficking, which can be renewed, a prolonged, independent of court proceedings. And only if we could provide that, we, of course, can start to make people safe and people willing to collaborate with authorities and courts of law.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like immediately move on to Rizat Piotrovic. He said, because the ongoing failure to apply the non-punishment principle appropriately results in real miscarriages of justice. So he identifies another problem for migrants or victims of trafficking for labor exploitation. And he has researched on a specific situation in UK. Maybe you can tell us a bit more about that. Richard, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, including some old friends who are lucky enough to be in Vienna, unlike me. But let me first start by responding to something that Roger mentioned, and the Greta guidelines on workers who are being exploited. And Roger was wondering how effective it will be in practice. And I have to say, I think it's just too early at this stage to say, because they were only adopted in December last year. So we will see when Greta is conducting its country visits to what extent it is able to verify what impact, if any, these guidelines are having. And Connie might already be in a position to say that, because she's a member, unlike me, who well, I didn't get kicked out, but my mandate ran out. But let me come back to the main issue and the non-punishment issue. First of all, looking at what was the programme for this session, and it correctly mentions, and Helga stressed, the number of instruments that we have, whether soft law or hard law, adopted through the Council of Europe, ILO, EU, dealing with different aspects of human trafficking. And this brings me to a point I've mentioned before. I think we have enough law. We need, as some other people have said in different contexts, much better enforcement. And when I talk about enforcement, I don't just mean enforcement of the criminal law. I mean enforcement of the human rights obligations of states to provide effective support and help for trafficked people. And that applies, this has been going on for years. And I'm sorry to sound so miserable and pessimistic and pathetic, but I really don't see an awful lot changing very much. But in the context of labour exploitation, I agree with Roger that I think there has been a clear increase in the level of awareness and understanding of the extent to which labour exploitation is going on. And there's even, speaking about the United Kingdom, where I am more or less unwillingly located at the moment, even in my own university, they're now taking seriously their modern slavery statement. I'm on a committee which is designed to actually implement this effectively, and it is a real issue because the university employs a lot of people on what we call in UK minimum wage, doing cleaning and things like that. And a lot of them, you just have to hear them speaking, you know that they're not British. In fact, a lot of them are Polish. Now, it doesn't mean they're being exploited, but the university is conscious, and I don't think we're the only one of this problem. Now, when it comes to the issue of non-punishment, and I'm sorry it took me a while to come to that because you asked me specifically about that. In the context of county lines, in other words, in the UK, where mostly younger people are used to take drugs from bigger population centres to smaller population centres, I think a lot of the people who are actually being exploited to do this are actually mostly British, at least the ones I've heard about. So perhaps the migration aspect is less strong there. But it is a real problem. Just in the very small town that I live in, population about 12,000 people plus the students. Just last week, 3 people were arrested and in possession of tens of thousands of pounds worth of drugs as they got off the train. And they were coming from Birmingham or some other big city to sell these drugs in Aberystwyth. And I think the issue is that whether it's in trafficking for labour exploitation or other types of exploitation, there is just too much money to be made. And I think that what governments need to do is they're not going to stop trafficking. Anybody who says that, I think, probably thinks that England will win a World Cup sometime. It's totally unrealistic. What I think needs to be done is to make trafficking so unattractive that these traffickers will not suddenly start obeying the law, but they'll shift their focus to some other offence. But the idea that we are going to make things permanently, that we're permanently going to end these issues once and for all is, in my view, not realistic one. And that is why we do need to have greater awareness of how we can effectively prevent it and where not prevent it, protect people. And the non-punishment issue is still a problem in some countries. When I have been monitoring for Greta, and I monitor from big countries like Germany down to quite small ones like Malta, the level of understanding of non-punishment was extremely variable. And in the context of county lines, on the face of it, these people who are taking these drugs, they are, of course, committing a criminal offence on the face of it. And the real challenge is to identify to what extent they're doing it willingly, and I'm sure that some of them are, and to what extent they're being forced. And that is, I think, a big problem in the UK, and in fact, I'm hoping to undertake a major study on this along with a partner outside the university in the next year or two. So I'll finish there for the time being. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's immediately move to another situation, just to see also the diverse approaches. I would like to move to Vasilis Karasiotis. As I said before, he was the human rights lawyer in the Chowdhury and 42 others versus Greece case. Could you tell us a bit more what it was and how it started and what you did, and why? Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I think
it's on. Yeah, it should be.
Okay, thank you. I'm following up these issues since 2013. I have been involved, as Dr. Helga has mentioned, in the Chowdhury versus Greece case. But back in 2013, I would like to offer you a brief description of the events leading to this major conviction. Unfortunately, now the situation is still the same, but I'm going to comment on that later. Back in 2013, we had in Greece the Golden Dawn attacks, and this situation in the center of Athens has led to the mass movement of hundreds of irregular migrants from the city center of Athens to Greek countryside, where there were rumors that jobs are being offered and the people could work in strawberry cultivations in Ilia prefecture. It's in Peloponnese near ancient Olympia. In fact, many people have moved over there, and they start working willingly in these strawberry plantations. But after a few months, their wages were totally unpaid, and they start making strikes. They were asking for their wages. The employer's response was, you need to continue, and I'm going to sell the strawberries to wealthy Russians, and at the end of the strawberry season, I'm giving you money, etc. 6 months later, after 6 months of hard work in the strawberry plantations, they were given only food and shelter in situ, in fact, inside the strawberry plantations. The people were totally desperate, and they made a strike, and their employer, the real boss behind the armed guards, has decided to replace them. So he told them they have 1 day to leave the plantation, and he has already employed other ethnicities to pick up the strawberries. Then the people have started a riot, and the armed guards of the strawberry field has shot against them. This is the case, well known as Manolada case. Initially, it has been prosecuted as attempted murder. And this was the main problem from the very beginning of the case, since the pre-trial investigations have focused on this issue. 3 days later, when the judicial authorities have realized that the victims of this attempted murder were undocumented migrants, following an order from the Supreme Court's public prosecutor, they add the human trafficking crime in the prosecution. But the judicial authorities did not investigate very well. They didn't open the accounts. They didn't see the relationship between the gang masters that has been described by previous speakers as employers, as recruiters of these workers. Not at all. At the end of the day, only 35 people, the injured victims of this attack, have been given residence permit as victims of, as potential victims of human trafficking. The rest of the people, around 120 people, were totally disappeared from the judicial proceedings. And only injured people have been parties in 1 year and a half later in Patra's mixed jury court for felonies in order to support the conviction of the armed guards and the employer. Unfortunately, the court, and this is the reason why Greece has been convicted, have made a very narrow interpretation of the human trafficking for labor exploitation, despite the fact that such a legal framework exists in Greek Penal Code. A major confusion was written in legal terms in this conviction, because the court was thinking that the restriction of movement is a conditio sine qua non for the conviction of labor trafficking. In fact, back in 2014, in Greek legal order, we had 4 crimes related to labor exploitation, or 3 maybe. Slavery, the old slavery, human trafficking for labor exploitation, and employment of irregular workers in particularly exploitative working conditions. The 2 first categories are considered felonies. The third one is considered misdemeanor. Finally, the court, as I mentioned before, has concluded that since there was no restriction of movement, the people were free to move around in Manolada region, so they could not be victims of trafficking. Of course, we have asked the Supreme Court prosecutor to annul this judgment, but he has concluded that the conditions of labor trafficking are not fulfilled. So after that, we had to proceed in the European Court. I think for those who are not aware of this decision, is a quite important contribution in the legislation, in the jurisprudence for Article 4. Apart from the, of course, the European Court has mentioned the confusion of the Greek courts relating to the, because it was quite severe, I think, that, of course, the restriction of movement is not a conditio sine qua non for the, to constitute the crime of labor trafficking. But, and this is the important thing, it mentioned that, of course, Greece has a legal framework to combat human trafficking, but in reality, this framework is not working properly. And I was trying to briefly describe to you the problems that started from the very first day. I was there the second day, and I realized that the Greek authorities, the police authorities, and the judicial authorities could not support the labor trafficking, because the criminal investigation, the preliminary investigation, could not lead in the criminalization of, in the punishment of those who have been involved in this crime. It is significant to mention that the shots, these people were victims of labor exploitation or trafficking even before the shootings against them. The police authorities knew the situation 2 or 3 months before, but nobody has reacted. This is the reason why the Committee of Ministers has mentioned that Greece should follow a proactive approach to this kind of situation of labor exploitation in order to prevent, protect, identify victims or potential victims of labor trafficking, and at the end of the day, to punish the perpetrators of these crimes. Unfortunately, 4 years after the conviction, the situation remains the same. I would like to share with you the current state of proceedings in Manolada and other regions of Greece, since I'm following up these kind of cases in my capacity as a lawyer. We don't have the police and judicial authorities, the local ones, not the Athenian. They are trying to keep, let's say, the situation low. Everybody knows that during COVID, these undocumented workers became vital workers for the supply chain, especially during lockdowns. But still, the labor conditions and the payment of wages is not well protected. If you see the conditions in these areas, I think, because I'm also in Lesbos, it's much worse than Moria refugee camp. And the people, the undocumented workers, should continue to work under these conditions without access to vaccination, without access to running water, etc. In a very recent case of a fire that took place in another camp of workers in Manolada, we have made a complaint on behalf of 380 people, Pakistani and Bangladeshi, and the first reaction of the authorities was completely against the positive obligations as described in Chaudhuri case. Despite the fact that the public prosecutor has ordered a preliminary investigation to check the labor conditions, etc., the police authorities, after the testimony of the victims, have issued deportation decision. Fortunately, without administrative detention, but they were given 30 days to leave. After my intervention in the new Supreme Court's prosecutor, I have warned them that this is against the jurisprudence of Chaudhuri case. We are gonna miss the victims in a potential court hearing in the future. And fortunately, the Supreme Court prosecutor has ordered to the local public prosecutor to take testimonies without this provision. But I have to admit that this is still the practice, because we cannot always intervene to the Supreme Court prosecutor to follow up these kind of cases. The administrative and judicial practice is against the positive obligations of Article 4. You can imagine that if the potential or alleged victims are under deportation, we will not have any jurisprudence in the future. Despite all this situation, we have made some amicus curiae briefs to the Committee of Ministers. The Committee of Ministers has decided to close the supervision in Chaudhuri case. At the beginning, it was supposed that it will be continued for another 2 years, but it seems that the Greek authorities have pushed a lot, because this is considered a shameful conviction for Greek state, and the case is closed right now. The positive thing from all this, comparing with 2013, is that now the criminal code is simpler. There is no old slavery crime in the Greek penal code. There is only modern slavery, human trafficking, covering also the old version. And last but not least, the Supreme Court, the plenary of Supreme Court Arios Pagos, Cour de Cassation, has initiated a very, very rare legal remedy, cassation in favor of the laws, and has abolished the Patras Court negative decision and bad jurisprudence from Greek legal order. So from now on, in case we have this kind of cases in Greek legal order, they should follow not only the European Court's decision, of course, but the new decision from 2019 from Arios Pagos, from the Supreme Court of Greece, which leads the judicial, the interpretation of the judges in lower courts. This is an important, but in my opinion, it was not sufficient to end the supervision. The Choudhury case was not a case of bad judicial interpretation, but it is a case of non-proactive approach, of non-prevention, non-protection of victims, etc. It was a very hard case. In fact, my hair became white from this case. But we'll see now, post-COVID, what kind of other cases maybe we should pursue for the future. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is really interesting. Yeah? And I would immediately, we discuss it later again, but I would like to move to Clara and then to Helmut, because it's important. Clara said, you know, the trafficking for labor exploitation is a consequence of government failure. Yeah, so we can hear how you see this situation, and Helmut later on, you know, ask for more institutional backup. So this is really the discussion we have to lead. Yeah. So Clara, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Helga. And it's good to be out of the house, and it's also quite scary. I don't think I've been in a room with 30 people for over 2 years now. So it's great to be here, and I think it's also quite encouraging to sort of hear the discussion and some of the challenges, despite the fact that, as somebody has already said, progress is slow and sometimes we go backwards. What I would like to sort of throw into the mix of the discussion is talking about the issue of trafficking and exploitation more from a perspective of employment and labor market policies, and what it is what it is in the way that we run our labor market or trade or indeed regulate business that actually leads to distortion and the fact that some people end up being exploited or even trafficked. And often we see this as separate, and it's you know, you see the mention of socioeconomic measures in the Council of Europe Convention, but at the end of the day, the focus is still at criminal prosecution and fighting the crime, as opposed to thinking about the complexity and intersection between different types of policies and decisions that are made in the way that we conduct ourselves within the political economy. And I think there is also this sort of continued illusion of the economic concept of supply and demand and how, you know, these two sides balance each other. But at the end of the day, if you have a worker who needs to put the money on the table and pay the bills or feed the family, there is no sort of balance of supply and demand. It's a person who has got very little choice, and especially if they are then constricted by their immigration status, that choice is even more limited. So I think it's important to sort of think about it less as a sort of an economic theory that you have a correction at some point by itself, you know, the illusion of the invisible hand, but actually thinking about the models that we have developed, and those models were developed by choice. It's not sort of our supply chain models or our policies didn't happen. It was a choice that was made. And I think the other question I would pose is, there is a lot and continued discussion about identification of victims, and what are the risks and what are the telltale signs, what are the indicators. But what I am actually increasingly more interested is how do we identify the risks within the systems? What are the indicators of those? Because that, at the end of the day, will be the very situations that will render somebody into a more at risk of exploitation or less. So if you take an example of, let's say, a migrant worker, they are employed through an agency. So they work in a particular workplace, but their contract isn't with that company where they work, it's with an agency. And to add to the complication and the complexity, when they get paid, it's yet another company, the payroll company, that administers the salary. Now, when you have a social auditor, as we often do now these days, somebody who goes and checks with a clipboard, whether everything is fine, including labor conditions, they ask the worker, well, have you been paid? And they said, no, I haven't received my salary. It should have come 2 weeks ago. And they look, oh, non-payment of wages. This is an indicator of forced labor. But the question is it a forced labor situation or not? What you need to understand is how that situation arose. And this is a particular circumstance that I'm thinking about. And of course, this wasn't a situation of forced labor. This was a situation where one company didn't transfer all the information or the money onto the account to another company, so they were not able to process the salary. So it was a management issue that was sorted once it was flagged. Nevertheless, it was very challenging for this worker to get their hands on their money, because they called one company and they said, no, it's not our responsibility and you're not our employee, contact the agency. And they said, no. So they were sent from one place to another. And it was only after there were several workers who started the challenge, money was paid, there was an apology and all of that. And it wasn't a trafficking scenario. But imagine if you were an undocumented worker in that scenario, or if you were indeed trafficked. If for someone who isn't trafficked, but they are in what we would call a precarious, complex working environment, it's very difficult for them to access their rights. And I think this is a really good example of the structures that we have created, that create the complexity around a worker, be it through a tied visa or a system that is designed to outsource, a system that is designed to fill a gap or a labor shortage for a period of time, and to ensure that there is enough cheap labor available at the time when it's needed, but actually very little responsibility. And what this tells us is all of these systems was actually created with the employers in mind, not with the workers. But also, there isn't a sort of a match in terms of ensuring that people know what to do and where to go when a problem arises. Sort of, what you would say an HR department would deal with if you are an employee, but that department either doesn't exist for you or doesn't exist anymore because it has been outsourced to somebody else and it's all online. So I think there is an argument in terms of understanding and actually asking ourselves, what is it that we have within the systems that are meant to regulate and operate our economy that actually allow for the exploitation to happen? And then imagine the different types of workers that operate within that. And I think, and Vasilis already highlighted that, and that the past year and a half actually really highlighted who are the essential workers and what their conditions are. And has also highlighted what are the indicators and what should we be scrutinizing as we do, and we're sort of obsessed with who is a victim and where is an indicator. But actually, should we be asking more how many companies are asking their business partners whether they pay a living wage, not just a minimum wage, but a living wage that I think, in my opinion, which is a wage that is paid to allow for decent living standards, not just scraping by. That is a very good indicator. The other thing that is very interesting to start asking is not just the level of wages, but also are there living hours? So a lot of workers are now working on the gig basis. So especially within warehouses or companies like Deliveroo, you pay per item or per delivered goods. So you might be paid on the face of a decent wage per hour, but actually you might not be guaranteed a certain amount of hours. So it really doesn't add up. And those are business models. And if you ask as a business partner, well, what's your policy and do you treat workers fairly? A lot of companies now have beautiful human rights policies, but actually, how does that work in practice? And if you get a quote from a business partner, are they able to offer such a competitive price if they are paying their workers correctly? Some might, because that particular contract might be a loss leader, but others won't. And there are some really interesting models, and I think as sort of more of the discussions are starting to be about, the recovery process and building better and green jobs and all of the new straplines that we have. People are also asking about what are the new models. And actually the models exist already. I think the key thing is to involve those that are in the front line in telling us what to do. Because if you start talking to workers, they'll tell you exactly what the problem is and how to solve it. Last year I was doing a piece of work in some of the African countries in the southern African region, not South Africa, but in the southern African region. And a company was sort of asking for advice in terms of how do we deal with this issue? There are these migrants, and they were, suddenly they came up with the idea, maybe we should ask the workers. And I said, yes, that would be a good idea. And the whole question of actually, do we need to pay expensive consultant companies, or do we actually find someone who can help us engage with the workers and develop trust and build models that actually might work for both sides? Because at the end of the day, and that's sort of almost the positive side, if you look at companies that were more resilient at the face of the pandemic, they tended to be companies that actually had better organization of workers, better protections, better wages. So that's one thing I think, thinking about the regulation, the models that we allow to exist and reward. And I think the role of the government is very key here, both national and local government, because in most countries that sort of I'm aware of, the government is actually the biggest buyer of services from the private sector. So the government has got huge leverage with the money it invests, and governments at all levels can ask good questions and can demand, living wages. They can demand certain models. And there are some interesting examples as well of actually challenges that were mounted by the civil society through, for example, engaging with shareholders. And there is the whole idea of moving away from the shareholder capitalism to stakeholder capitalism, to have actually individuals who might hold one share in a company who can, at the end of the day, influence the price of the stock on the stock market. And there was a really interesting campaign that was run by an organization called Share Action when Deliveroo was floated on the London Stock Exchange a couple of months ago, which actually led to big investors saying, we're not going to buy those stocks. And suddenly it influenced the price. And this is the real impact. This is the real impact that we need to be thinking about. Because what I fear is that we have developed a lot of systems and structures, but very often it's still focusing on the individual and dealing with the situation of that individual while preserving that system that has actually led to that situation in the first place. So it doesn't mean that we shouldn't abandon looking at what the situation of trafficked persons is and how they can be supported, but more question of how those systems can be challenged so those situations are reduced, but also how the workers who have been trafficked, how can they be part of the solution in terms of actually talking about the systems and saying, well, if I had the opportunity to challenge this and that situation, I wouldn't have ended up being in an extreme situation of exploitation. So that would be the sort of discussion that I would really like to have with everybody here.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, very good. I imagine that the others will certainly comment on that. But I would like just as last in this panel to give the floor to Helmut Sachs. And yeah, I mean, I saw that you appreciated to a certain extent what Clara said, but your approach was also, you would like to say something about the institutional backup which is necessary, so please, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, and hello everyone, and thank you, Helga, for the invitation and also for making these meetings possible. In terms of narrowing the gap and understanding the linkages, well, perhaps not as a surprise for a researcher, just I would like to refer some recent examples, experiences I made in that context. Like last week, I was an examiner for the Vienna Master Program of Human Rights, established by Manfred Nowak, where we had some interesting master thesis definitions, and one was dealing with so-called marriage trafficking in Myanmar, between Myanmar and China, actually, because there's quite an interesting situation that there's a huge gender imbalance ratio in China. There are some 30 million more men in the country than women. So this created a kind of a demand for women and also from neighboring countries. But then the question was what kind of intervention would be necessary to actually work with those women, to support them. What kind of issues are there? Because some of them have been forced into marriages and exploited. But there have been also other circumstances. And you could start with a trafficking intervention and creating support services and awareness of rights. But on the other hand, it became also quite clear that there's also a need to discuss gender roles and the self-perception of those women who would not, at least some of them, consider themselves as victims of trafficking. Another thesis was about the Self-Employed Women's Association in India, SEVA, which is basically a trade union for the informal sector, for informal workers, which I think is also a very interesting model of what is possible also for trade unions, interest groups, lobby groups, even if there is no work contract available because they are selling products on the streets, for example. Nevertheless, self-organization is an important tool because they have 1.5 million members, at least in the country. And then I was thinking also of the working children movement, for example, which is also very strong in India. So what kind of also institutional backup can come again from those directly affected by all these situations? And finally, referring also to my own recent stock-taking study in Austria, which I did on behalf of the Ministry of the Interior, and which unfortunately is still not yet published, but at least I have a graphical chart. Thank you, Helga, you made copies of it. You can grab them over there, because where I also try to raise or to broaden the perspective that we should not focus just on this smaller part of trafficking, but as especially the corona pandemic has shown, the much bigger aspect we should deal with is actually the exploitation side, and to bring those areas together, as basically all other speakers have already underlined. Because also, like you also mentioned, to really understand also this kind of fake economy which has been created, which just didn't happen by accident, that you think of 24 hours care workers to be self-employed, that they have some freedom of self-organizing the work, which is completely far from reality. Because again, this is a business model, and it has been cheaper because if you would apply Austrian legislation standards for nurses, for qualified, trained persons, then it would just not be possible to pay for it. So my point is, we need to stronger contextualize trafficking together with the exploitation perspective and invest in institutional backups. On the first context, understanding the situation, I think, as was mentioned also before, everyone has a rationale, a motive, also the so-called victims. And it is important for support organizations to understand what actually triggers first why they would engage even in exploitative situations, because they think it's still better to have some poorly paid job than none, but also what triggers the seeking of help because wages have not been paid, or there was an accident at work and a doctor was needed and it turns out that actually there's no health insurance, etc. And that is information which does not only come from trafficking organizations, but from, like in Austria, we have UNDOC for undocumented migrants, we have campaigns for the seasonal workers. We have, but we also have like women's shelter for domestic violence, which can be important sources of information. And the same goes for the investigations to better bring together not just criminal police, but also all these monitoring mechanisms in risk sectors of the economy. So I would also support going away from individual risk assessment of potential victims, but rather to go to a kind of a collective, a structural risk assessment of some sectors of the economy, where there's a bigger likeliness of actually exploitation, which might also trigger trafficking. Just as a last example, 2 weeks ago, there was a conference of the Austrian Anti-Trafficking Task Force in Burgenland, and we heard presentations. Well, Burgenland is a bordering region in Austria, but nevertheless, almost no cases of trafficking have been identified. And then we heard presentations from the trade unions, the regional office there, and in the field of seasonal work, agriculture, clearly there is an issue with exploitation there. But apparently the link was not made. And I think that's one of these aspects which should be addressed. And as we have heard, like from the example in Greece, in order to have such a closer and broader and joint perspective, you also need to have those institutions who provide for longer term periods legal services, interpretation services, all the practical support, shelters, etc. And therefore, I think this is a perfect location here in the Chamber of Work here in Austria. We have the possibilities, especially speaking now of Austria, we have strong trade unions and strong social partners. But nevertheless, if you compare this hearing of a budget of €500 million and you compare it to what kind of investment is made to support civil society initiatives to work with seasonal workers, for example, or in the care sector economy, well, there's a huge discrepancy still, and much more investment could be made. The same goes for the situation of children, because there's also this discussion about children disappearing from institutions. Well, clearly they disappear from institutions because there's a complete disconnect between what are the interests of those children on the move, arriving in Austria, and those services which were offered to them, starting from actually no one feels responsible for them. There is no clear legal guardianship for those people in Austria. There are no specialized institutions, actually. There is now an interest to establish a protection shelter, a real shelter for all trafficked children in Austria, not just for Vienna. Hopefully this will also get the necessary financing. So I think there is still a lot to do, as obvious as it might seem, to link trafficking, exploitation. That sounds so self-explaining, but in practice, I think that's far from a reality. And a very last point, perhaps, because it was also mentioned, I think to really strengthen accountability and not just awareness on the side of the victims and also of the potential perpetrators, but also accountability and costs, because as we have now discussions about the ecological footprint and climate change, and even if you go to a shop, there is a huge marketing hype about local production, local food production, which is fine, of course, from an ecological perspective, but where are the social costs included? And to make them part of the economy, that a good deal of vegetable production in Austria, also at the local level, can come from people under difficult working conditions. That's also something we should get into our minds and take into consideration. So buying locally is not necessarily good. It might be good for some chicken, but not necessarily for those working on the fields, for example. So I think I will conclude here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah, a lot to consider. So I saw that, I guess everybody would like to make some remarks. Who would like to start here on the panel? Would it be you? Johannes, I saw you writing something, so please.
Yes, thank you for all those very interesting remarks. Well, I would like to put emphasis on one or two things I heard. When we talk about health insurance, for example, Helmut mentioned it, we do have a very, very broad definition of being included in health insurance in Austria. So it's so everybody, who would not even be considered as workers in grounds of European law, maybe in grounds of even Austrian law, is included in health insurance if he is just in reality working, if he was just in reality working. The problem is, in many cases, he or she wouldn't know it, and if you would like to seek medical services, go to a hospital, go to a doctor, and the first question would be, well, where's your e-card? And either they would say, well, I have no, or it's not valid because of course the employer wouldn't make any notification to the health insurance authority. And so that's one main problem, is people are covered by health insurance, they just don't know it, and wouldn't know that they can actually gain medical services. And it does take a long time and had a lot of legal procedure to get people really properly signed up with medical health insurance. So that's one problem. Second one is Clara was speaking that models were pretty much made from the business side and not from the worker side. And of course I can underline that. If you look at Austrian migration models, if you look for European migration models, you have apart from the common European asylum system, you have directives on seasonal work, you have directives on intercorporate transferees, you have the blue card directive, you have lots of other directives. All of them, of course, you're perfectly right, made from the perspective of business. And workers' rights are just an addendum, actually. As we have the seasonal, we have the single permit directives, which actually doesn't apply for trafficked persons, which doesn't apply if you really face severe labor exploitation. And so we would need, of course, to look at the whole exploitation issue of the whole migration system from another perspective as well. And my third and last point is, you can only empower people to gain their rights, to make their rights count, if you put them in a stable perspective, in a stable position. And that's why I was talking about giving people a stable residence permit, and I would need to add right now to give them a stable financial perspective as well, and give them stable right to social assistance, for instance. I wouldn't, and I would like to raise one more question, which is very under-highlighted in the discussions: the case of exploited union citizens and the case of trafficked union citizens. We do not even have a provision in European law to state that trafficked European citizens have a right to reside in another member state. Because if you look at the Union Citizen Directive, if you look at the other European legal instruments, you find out that there's no clause which explicitly would allow Union citizens to reside in another member states on grounds that they have been victims of on trafficking. You can, of course, state, well, there should be within Article 7 of the Union Citizen Directive, you could even claim other legal clauses. But when it comes that you really make an application for social assistance, the social assistance authorities normally ask for the so-called Anmeldebescheinigung, for the certification that you are legally resident, and it's very hard for trafficked persons to get this. So it's not just a thing for third country nationals, from people who comes from very area abroad and being exploited in Austria. It's also a matter of getting rights, of claiming rights for European citizens as well.
Yeah, thank you. May I call on Richard, on Roger and Rizad? I guess you would also like to comment on that. Please, Rizad.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to the point that was just made. And remember that every member state of the European Union is also a party to the Council of Europe Convention, which does not specifically give rights of residence, but does provide for residence permits to be issued in certain circumstances. And maybe more needs to be done about that, or more attention needs to be given to that particular aspect of it. And the other point I wanted to make briefly is in terms of the reality and the theory. I think a lot of migrant workers are being denied access, effective access to proper compensation. And I've seen this in different countries. Even if there is some legal provision for compensation, the reality of actually accessing that for many people means that it is in fact impossible, because they don't speak the language, they don't understand the procedure, and linked to this, they may also not be permitted to remain in the country long enough to pursue an effective claim, and they can't do it from their home countries. And I think that is a major challenge for a lot of migrant workers.
Yeah. You have the floor, Roger, if you want to comment that.
Well, yeah, Richard has just said pretty much everything I was about to say. I don't think it takes a great deal of brain power to know that the gig economy is going to increase vulnerability to exploitation, and that migrants, particularly undocumented migrants, asylum seekers, are going to be most at risk. I think that these are very clear points. So yes, there are very big structural concerns. What I'm concerned about is whether the trafficking for forced labor paradigm is of any use at all, and how you can make it more useful. That's why I focused on this incredibly small number of active cases, because we're not so much concerned usually about trying to get offenders behind bars, which is why you have to look at alternative forms of sanctions, which is why I always welcome any recommendation, like in the Greta guidelines, that labour inspectors, labour administration should be heavily involved in things like NRM, which are identifying people in the first place. But really, the main concern of practically every vulnerable or labour trafficked worker that I've come across and heard about has been precisely fair wages, compensation, rights to pursue your claim. So yes, you need to provide legal assistance. The current scenario is not looking very good at the global level. It's not likely to get better quickly. So I do think you need to chip away by having paradigmatic cases. I think we need to, and we need to find ways of sharing that experience. One of the things I thought was most useful when I was working for ILO was a casebook of court cases for judges and lawyers. This needs to happen more and more, but it also we need to make this stuff media friendly, because even though yes, there are very big picture problems, you have got to chip away by having by using strategic litigation. This is going to be imperative for moving forward.
Yeah, thank you very much. By the way, in the next panel, we will also address these issues. If I'm not mistaken, Alvin Deering, for sure, has also some interesting remarks on this. But before we close this first panel, let me just ask once again, Vasilis, please.
In my opinion, we should distinguish the situation now, let's say post-COVID, than before, because I think during this, at least in my country, 1 year and a half, we have seen this previously, let's say, unknown or non-existent labor force. It became obvious that these people were completely essential for the future of our society. Especially during the lockdown periods in Greece, I have to say that mostly farm workers were working under the same conditions like before. And I'm very disappointed with the discussions of the new pact, because it is not related at all to this labor force. If you check, it speaks only about asylum seekers or the pool for talented workers or whatever. I think some countries like Portugal or Italy have introduced some innovative schemes. In our last intervention for the execution of Choduri, together with my colleague Simon Cox, who was co-counsel in this litigation, we have proposed that, in fact, the only way to prevent this kind of situation is a legal labor scheme for workers. Greece had introduced in 2016 a very controversial, not residence scheme, but legal workers scheme. Only the labor was considered legal. The person was still under deportation, but suspended. Fortunately, this scheme has been abolished in 2021 because, of course, it was creating more connection between the employer and the employee. I think the solution is a more flexible legal workers scheme, ad hoc legalization procedure for essential workers. Otherwise, the situation will remain the same, and we'll have crimes like arson, shootings, and violence in this kind of situation.
Yeah, please. Helmut.
Well, perhaps just one small addition, that I think if we move a bit away, broaden our perspective from identified victims or identified traffickers or exploiters more to risk groups, I think there are also two sides. So there are the risk groups for becoming a victim of exploitation, of trafficking, but there are also the kind of risk groups for the employers. And I think there is also perhaps a stronger role to, or stronger attention to be paid to, like in agriculture, because they have some farms, and in Austria some of them are rather small-scale farms, and they had contacts to some communities in Eastern Europe for many years, for decades perhaps, and didn't really reflect on what is going on there. But nevertheless, well, there have been business practices that some of them have not been fully paid, that they might not have been all time insured as it should have been. But then to end, of course, that's also not correct. But on the other hand, well, perhaps you wouldn't call them traffickers, or those families who have the need to find someone to care for a relative and engage with an agency which claims to provide decent 24-hour care work, that they might actually get into some exploitative contexts. Many of them wouldn't be aware of that context. And I think that also needs some sensitization training in order to prevent that such risks actually become a reality of exploitation and potentially trafficking also. Mm-hmm. So just to add on that.
Yeah. And Clara, please.
Just a quick comment on litigation and compensation. I agree with Roger and Vasilius, of course, that strategic litigation is important. But I would also say that pushing cases through courts at any cost doesn't always resolve the situation. And I think there is a challenge in terms of what is it going to yield for workers? I think a case of a strategic importance that might change law and policy is significant. But pushing cases through criminal courts where there is no positive outcome for victims, well, it's good to show for the governments that we've got the numbers, we are tough on crime. But what I'm quite interested in is actually looking at some of the contrast that I found between the way we conduct these cases in the sort of the Anglo-American and the European systems and further afield, where there have been some interesting examples of companies that have actually, for example, repaid workers who were dead bonded, because they didn't quite like that mess that is created in their supply chains and all of that. If we were waiting for the legal systems in those countries, the workers would have got nothing. But actually, because there was a bit of not only an embarrassment effect, but there was a lot of pressure because nobody wanted to be quite exposed to the fact that they might have some exploitation, the lawyers in the companies have calculated, actually, it's not that much money. And workers were repaid, and they've changed the systems of recruitment a little bit. But none of that will happen in the UK or in other European countries, because that would create a precedent, and we've got all of these systems. So I think it's quite interesting, actually, and what I'm interested is in how can we use the law and the legal systems in a way to really challenge and where they are appropriate, but also what are the alternatives. And I think some examples that I'm quite interested in exploring is mediation, not just judicial mediation, but mediation by professional mediators that sort of come between the two parties, and I can actually negotiate a situation that is a win-win. And of course, it's outside of any judicial process, and it might not be appropriate, and it might also be to avoid accountability for the company, but at the same time, from a perspective of workers, if it actually yields wages and some sort of compensation, why would you want to be engaged in a 5, 3, 4, 6 year legal battle where you might not get anything at the back? So I think as well, sort of thinking about why are we engaging in a particular process of justice and what is the likely outcome and for whom is I think, a really important question.
Yeah, in fact it is, and we will certainly spend, again, quite a lot of time to discuss all this and then finding solutions. But for the moment, just thank you very much to this panel. We would change immediately to the second panel before we afterwards have a short break. And please stay with us and just give me a sign if you want to comment on the next speakers. Thanks a lot. And I would now like to call on Albin Diering to join me here on the podium. We will have Susanne Hoff online. I would like to ask Markus Zingerle to join me here, Philipp Schwertmann, Evelyn Probst, and Roxanne Hassani, please. Do we have enough chairs or not? No? That's it, yeah. Oh, no. You get mine. Please take it. And take another chair. So, this panel, I mean, the discussion is the same. The overall theme is the same. We would like to see what linkages are there and what can we do with it. How can we handle that? But this panel, I would say, apart from Albin, but most of the others would have also practical experience. You know, from the field, which is important to know and to see how the things go together, you know, those who do research, those who look from the academic side into the problem, and to see the others who have to do the job on the ground. So I would like, nevertheless, I would like to start with Albin Diering from the Fundamental Rights Agency, and I know a bit from our discussions we had that probably it's more or less exactly you would like to continue on what we discussed at the first panel. So please, you have the floor.
Many thanks, many thanks. Before I do continue on what has been said in the panel before, I have to do two things. Firstly, point out to you that there is a brilliant publication of Fra waiting behind there, and actually the author of this publication is with us. My colleague Lulu Banfi, and please take that with you on implementation of the Employer Sanctions Directive. And secondly, I want to say happy birthday to Susanne, as I understand that she's having, that La Strada is having a very impressive birthday party tomorrow. I would love to be with you, and we've been invited to participate. Unfortunately, that doesn't work. Now I follow up on what Clara and Helmut said, but also on what was said before, and that means I will leave aside some of the things that I prepared. What I actually want to do, though, is just to briefly read out two cases. The first comes from an Austrian research that was done by Amnesty International, a very nice publication on carers, care work in Austria. And from an interview they conducted, I take the following. Because the work was very exhausting and tiring, I asked for an increase of my fees. I contacted my agency, they contacted my client and my client's family. And my client's wife learned that I asked for an increase. She told me that I should leave their home. Because there were enough good women out there, I ended up on the street. It was winter. I had to wait in the cold for 2.5 hours in front of the house until my boyfriend picked me up by car. 2 days later, the agency inquired whether I had arrived safely and informed me that they lost a client. I should take that as an apology, maybe. It's so difficult and humiliating. And the worst is that we get used to this. My assumption is that this victim of severe exploitation will end up in a next job, and maybe in a third job, and this will be going on. In Germany, in June this year, a Bulgarian geriatric nurse was employed as a social assistant by a company based in Bulgaria. She was sent to Berlin in April 2015 to look after a woman over 90 years. The employment contract stipulated a net remuneration of 950 euros per month, and a daily working time of 6 hours. Saturday and Sunday were to be work-free. In reality, the victim worked in the household with a person to be cared for, with whom she also lived not only 5 days and 30 hours a week, but around the clock. Her tasks included household activities such as shopping, cooking, cleaning, as well as help with hygiene and dressing, social tasks, such as keeping the old lady company. Since the latter had to get up several times during the night and could no longer do this on her own, the carer also had to stand by at night and sleep in the next room with the door open. When the carer demanded free time from the son of the woman in her care, her employment was terminated. The Federal Labor Court of Germany held that foreign caregivers posted to a private household in Germany are entitled to the statutory minimum wage for all hours worked, including on-call times during which the caregiver was expected to live in the household of the person to be cared for. In the public discussion triggered by this judgment, it was pointed out that at least 100,000 foreign caregivers are officially employed in German households, in addition to an estimated at least 200,000 persons who were employed unofficially and without any written agreement. What I'm trying to say is that I guess we have here some thousands of cases of severe labor exploitation. And it reminds me very much of those working in the fields around this place, in Burgenland, in Upper Austria, Everdinger Becken, Machfeld and so on, where we know that this is going on with thousands of victims of severe labor exploitation year after year. There was a story of a house that burned in San Francisco, and when the fire brigade made it to quenching the fire, there was a noise, and they found there was the climatization still trying to cool the building in the middle of the fire, because what an air conditioning system cannot do is it cannot step inside and say, wait a minute, what am I doing here? Trying to cool a house that is burning? Does that make sense? I think we are at the point in this discussion of trafficking and severe labor exploitation where we need to step aside and say, well, apparently there are thousands, 10,000s of cases all around us. You just have to go into one of these families, just have to go to the Machfelder agricultural sites where hundreds of workers are doing the harvesting of cucumbers and onions and things like that right now. So it is not difficult to find a case. What is important is to understand why this still doesn't work. From a human rights perspective, of course, I mean, trafficking, severe labor exploitation are human rights violations. Definitely it is violations of the right to decent working conditions. No question about that. Now, where do human rights really become a reality? Not in books, in practice. And where is the practice in a society where human rights become a reality? And I would say there's hardly another place that compares to criminal courts. Whether it is fighting slavery, whether it is fighting torture, whether it's fighting corruption, whether it's fighting domestic violence, whether it's fighting child abuse, and so on and so on. What has been powerful in the past in bringing human rights to advance was a combination of a strong international consensus that something is unbearable, plus criminal laws, criminal codes taking this up and transforming that into definitions. And this can work. This is why when it is about protection of life, of physical integrity, and so on, all of the ones named I listed before, that works on this basis of a human rights consensus on the one hand, and a criminal justice system that is in a position to deal with what we call effective remedies. Someone coming forward saying, look, this was violated in my case, so please do something about that. Now, the reason why that does not work with trafficking and labor exploitation is that no one comes forward. Yeah? No one comes to the court and says, or to the police actually, and reports about these serious human rights violations they have suffered. Yeah? But without that, it can't work. Yeah, because don't be mistaken. The police are sitting there waiting. Yeah? The prosecutors are sitting there waiting unless someone comes and reports a crime and says these are the persons that are witnesses and you can interview. The criminal justice system might be very impressive, but it's not working. There are a few exceptions where we have proactive policing. This is war on drugs. This is war on child pornography. So this is areas where either the police really step in the let's say, the subculture to find out people who can support their work or have enough traces in IT systems to follow up. But that's a rare exception. 95 to 97% of all cases start with someone reporting to the police. So the question is, who should be reporting in trafficking cases? Who should be reporting in these labor exploitation cases? Do we expect that the caregivers go to the police and say, look, I've been exploited? Yeah? Is that realistic? And the next question would be, what exactly would they claim? I mean, after all, it is contracts they signed. Yeah? Now we say, yeah, but the labor conditions were a violation of human dignity. I'm sorry, whose human dignity? Yeah? Is it that we are insisting that what the worker did was a violation of their own human dignity? Or are we expecting that the worker steps in because the human dignity of others is violated because of the impact of the deterioration of labor conditions overall? What exactly is the human rights violation we're talking about here? Of course, you can say the employer made a human rights violation by allowing the workers to work under conditions that are not decent, but exactly whose rights were violated? Is it the worker that agreed to working under these conditions, or at least did not leave? Because I'm not talking about forced labor here. I'm talking about consensual labor exploitation. What is it exactly that we believe should be the point of departure where a person says, this is my right that was violated, and for that reason I expect that the police and the criminal justice system follow up on that and do something about that? I don't think so far I see a realistic model. And the question therefore is, cui bono? Who is going to really benefit from the court proceedings that we are waiting so urgently to happen?
Yeah, thank you very much. An interesting approach. So, Susanne, immediately question on you. So, is this the case? I mean, is nobody reporting? Is just nothing going on, really? Or is really police and prosecutors waiting for somebody to tell? Please, you have the floor.
Yes, thanks very much for that question. And first of all, I have to say also thanks for the congratulations already by Fra. I very much apologize for not being able to present today as I really wanted. But indeed, we are organizing our 25th anniversary, which was not possible last year. And we have all our members coming to Amsterdam. So it's quite busy at the moment. So apologies. Yes, I will shortly reflect on that, and then I would also like to explain a little bit more the need for labor rights and how this contributes to reducing exploitation. But indeed, what we also see, I mean, we see it in two ways. One is indeed that trafficked persons are not coming forward, but there's also various reasons for that. First of all, and that's what I wanted to raise also in my presentation, there's not really the existence of safe reporting mechanisms and complaint mechanisms. And so that's one reason. And also, of course, they have not been guaranteed very often the assistance and support they need. Instead, they very often risk the fact that they will be either detained or deported. And secondly, what we see, and we hear this actually really at the daily level, is that actually a lot of cases are reported, maybe not even directly by trafficked persons, but by NGOs, but they're just simply seen as a violation of labor rights. And for example, we have the Dutch trade union here, who's very often reporting about violation and abuse of truck drivers in the transport sector. And what we then often hear is that when those cases are reported, and it's actually really at a systematic scale, they're still not seen as trafficking cases. And moreover, a lot of cases that actually do come forward and investigations are started, a lot of those cases are stopped in the end due to the fact that we have very limited, still successful trafficking for labor exploitation cases. So that's a major issue, if I may react to what Albin just said on behalf of the FRA.
And you said that effective reducing exploitation requires access to labor rights and remedies for all workers. So what remedies would this be, and how would you guarantee, or how can we guarantee access to labor rights for everybody?
Yes, first let me go into the access to fair labor rights, because actually that's one of the issues that we have included now also in our new strategic plan that we also hope to adopt actually this week. And we plan to focus much more on the issue, as we see, of course, a very close link with our work to address human trafficking and other severe forms of labor exploitation and the abuse and the violation of labor rights. And as actually Clara already mentioned, but also the other speakers already highlighted, we see that many workers in Europe work without adequate protection or a decent minimum wage. And we also see that our members report a lot of cases of violation of labor laws in relation also to severe exploitation and abuse. I will not reflect on cases. I'm nearly sure that Evelyn, who's after me, will also do that. And of course, Albin already reflected on several examples. For sure, we see that those in irregular work or in an irregular situation, they risk severe exploitation and abuse. And again, as mentioned by some of the speakers, we see actually that all over Europe, the businesses find legal loopholes to avoid the compliance with labor rights standards, like subcontracting and posting of workers, and also making use of letterbox companies to deny the responsibility for exploitation and abuse. And we feel that, of course, and I think all the speakers agree with me here today, is that such misuse should be addressed, above all also by ensuring that we promote decent working conditions. How can this be realized? We think that informal and unregulated work should be brought within the protection of labor laws, and it should be ensured that labor rights are really applied to all workers, irrespective of where they work, the irregularity of their work situation, but also in general of their migration and residence status. And I would also like to refer here again to the continuum of exploitation, although this is actually an issue that Klara Skrivankova have published about. Because we also see very often in practice the reality of forced labor or human trafficking for labor exploitation, that it's not static. It's a continuum of experiences and situations, and individual experience can begin maybe as an acceptable work situation where conditions subsequently deteriorate into forced labor. So we see maybe people fully agreeing with a certain labor offer, they start, they are paid, but over a period of time, because of external conditions, maybe also because they lose their regular status, they fall into the trap, and also their opportunities are limited to be exploited and abused. And as mentioned already, we work very closely with PICAM, the Platform for International Cooperation on Undocumented Workers in Brussels. And so we continuously, and I think that's a major argument to really ensure decent work, is we call for safe reporting and complaint mechanisms for all workers. Because not only should everyone have the right to be protected from abuse and to receive assistance if they are mistreated, and also to feel safe and respected when they approach services or the authorities for help, we also mean that safe reporting prioritizes the safety and rights of victims above actually the enforcement of immigration rules. And we see in practice, unfortunately still, that undocumented workers have often no access to the rights, next to no access to decent work, and also often only when accidents are happening, then something is happening, as also mentioned by Helmut Sachs. So only this group might have the chance to be identified and receive the assistance and support they need. But it's a bit, let's call it a bit odd, a little bit ridiculous that an accident should happen first before people are seen by those that should identify them. As for the remedies, very shortly, and of course I can answer more questions, but I don't want to take too much time. If we talk about remedies, we see that there's a very good international legislation in place. Also, there's the Convention of the Council of Europe. There's the EU directive that gives rights to remedies, including compensation. However, yet extensive research has still shown, and we're still working on that issue at the daily level, that in practice it's very difficult for victims to access remedies and compensation. And I think, Richard highlighted this already, also other speakers.
Yeah, thank you very much. To start with, I would immediately ask Markus Zingerle. He's working with men, exploited men or trafficked for labor exploitation, exploited, etc. What is your experience and what you think should be done?
Yes, I start with a positive example. In June of this year, for the For the first time in Austria, building contractor was convicted for human trafficking, and this legal success has been possible because the cooperation between the relevant players worked very well. This employer had exploited high number of workers, not all in the kind that they were later identified as victims of human trafficking, but over 100 workers in the form that we can call it severe labor exploitation. He had applied threats, violence, fake documents, empty promises, and for the final contribution it was necessary that the proper identification and referral between different police units was working, and also the referral to the victim support. We managed to support 6 of the most affected men and their families together with social facility, local ones, because it was not near to Vienna. And further on, the crucial were the criminal investigations, including a range of methods besides the witness reports, and also the control authorities that were involved from the police in joint inspections could preserve a lot of evidences. Psychological and legal assistance, as we offer it, of course, is crucial. And finally, because we are here in the house of the Chamber of Labor, the legal protection granted by the Chamber of Labor for the labor law court is crucial regarding the compensation that could be payment that could come from there, because even if the victims were how to say there was a big payments decided from the courts that should the employer pay, but we all of us know that often the payment does not come effectively. At least in the 8 years up to now, we have given assistance to several groups of workers who were exploited in construction sites, in agricultural and in other sectors. And in all these cases, at least one of the factors for a possible conviction missed, and therefore the defendants were acquitted if there was even mounted a charge. In one time, in one case, the prosecutor closed the case with really false arguments, false regarding labor law, and in many other cases, the details in the sector-specific or labor law-specific could have been approved, but were not taken in account by investigators or prosecutors. Therefore, I will say it later, but this best case example that we could contribute a little bit it was a success, but was it really a success if we look on the bigger material of labor exploitation, which is in hundreds of cases happening out there? I would say the combat of trafficking in human beings is a part of can be a small part of reducing the prevalence for labor exploitation, but without other changes, the big part of labor exploitation will go on. A criminological platitude says that the likelihood of being taken accountable for the own behavior is a stronger impact, makes a stronger impact than the degree of penalty. And this, regarding labor exploitation, this means that all the authorities out there already being in charge, beginning from the financial police, should have logically the resources to make enough inspections, but also have the competence, the mandate, and the order to identify violations of labor law and to help the identified exploited workers to get access to their rights. Because up to now, in many joint inspections, we take not part as a victim support entity, but we know about these inspections in the cases where we later on support the victims, but in many other cases where we do not even get in contact with the probably severely exploited workers, that these joint inspections have two focuses in the praxis. It's just detecting tax fraud and missing residence permits to handle over the workers to the immigration authority. So this is the praxis, even if the employer sanction directive says other. And the missing third focus, the focus of the labor law and workers' rights, should be included. And as long as this is not happening, the prosecution of severe labor exploitation will fail. And yes, therefore it will be necessary that labor inspectorates and the other authorities speak the right language, literally, but also the language of the workers' rights. And this should be access to residents, temporary residents with the perspective to renew this, and effective access to compensation. I revert once again to the case of this June. In the criminal investigation, even if we are not familiar with police work, we will not be surprised to hear about GPS tracking or phone observations or so on. But the following is interesting. The detective squad calculated the amount of the processed reinforcement steel, and if this amount of steel could be handled by the workforce in the declared working hours that the employer officially declared in front of the Social Insurance Bureau. So the huge gap was not only a proof for the social fraud and tax fraud, but also for the severe labor exploitation. And that's the best way criminal intelligence can work, include as many many evidences as possible besides the witness report. Yes, and I already talked about the other authorities that should take in account that workplace can be the scene of severe crimes, and they should take this in account when they make the inspections. And beside all of this, the prosecution of crimes and prosecution of severe labor exploitation, really crucial is it that there are enough channels where possibly affected workers can receive access to good information, to counseling in their language, with short linkage to labor law experts. And there should be the resources granted by the authorities, logically, by the state, with fundings to the appropriate initiatives, but also in cooperation with the trade unions and with the Chamber of Labor. And I think here we see good developments, but slow developments. And it has to be a long way up to the possible, that more and more cases of severe labor exploitation could be solved in front of the court or in mediations, but with real effective compensation. So.
Yeah, thank you very much. Most interesting, your experience. I would like to ask now Philipp Schwertmann. I mean, you said in your statement, well, everything starts with recruitment, obviously. So tell us a bit about your approach, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Helga. Thank you much for inviting me. I can just say that I support very much what Markus just said. Maybe before I come to my point, I just want to add a little bit where our expertise comes from. We run the service center, which was mentioned by Helga. but we also run counseling services for migrant workers, and the focus of our counseling is labor rights. So this is our bread and butter business, so to say, and we counsel around 4,000 people every year in 12 languages, and this is just the counseling service for Berlin, and we are part of a network of counseling services throughout Germany. We are around 60 counseling services with a focus on labor rights, and we have the favorable position that we also have the mandate to help persons affected by forced labor and human trafficking. So we can really offer to support people with their labor rights, and then see if there are indicators for forced trafficking, and then proceed the case as a possible trafficking case. Actually, we also supported this lady from Bulgaria. That was one of our clients, and we supported her prior to the court proceedings, and then the Verdi, as the responsible trade union, took over and supported her, because it was very clear, as Clara said, this is a landmark case. And now we have it, and we're very happy with that. And we see that this lady has been very powerful in getting her rights. And we also see that there are quite a number of people who are really powerful and who are willing to report and are willing to fight for their rights. And those are the people we, of course, want to support. Okay, coming to my point, please excuse maybe the quite blunt statement I made for the invitation. Recruitment should lead to heaven, but not to hell. Actually, we learn very much about recruitment in our work, in the counseling work, but we are not competent in it. And this is the point I want to raise. Just to give you, maybe I brought you an example. I think you can't see it. This is a recruitment ad from Romania, and it shows a young, nice-looking lady working in construction. She's smiling, and when you read it, you see that you learn that you can work in Germany and you earn an average salary of 2,400 euros. Everything will be provided. You will get an apartment, which is free of charge. You will be transported to your work, which is also free of charge. And also family members are welcome to join you. And in the end, in red letters, it says no taxes and commissions will be charged. So this is heaven. And this is not an exceptional example. That's one of a myriad of similar ads. And now, if we look to the practice as we experience this from the workers who come to us, we see that there are high placement fees. Employees get into debts in the countries of origin. There are short-term changes in the conditions upon arrival in Germany, different jobs, poor accommodation, less money. In case of rejection of the work, high debts are expected. There is no they're not reported to Social Security. The payment is below minimum wage. Their accommodation is below standards. They're isolated. The work time is not recorded, and so on and so on. So this is hell. And just to give you a statement, maybe I read this out. This is a statement from a recruitment contract we came across, saying the contractor is not responsible and not obliged to solve problems related to the date of the start of the work of the client, living conditions, change of residence, change of work, working conditions, change of working conditions, availability, amount of overtime, other. These issues will be resolved directly between the client and the employer. So the recruitment agency is out. The recruitment agency is not responsible. And this leads me to the 2 points I would leave here for discussions. We feel we have the claims for labor rights. This is our bread and butter issue. But there are no claims workers can make against unfair and fraudulent recruitment. And this is my question. Would it be possible to have claims that we can derive from bad recruitment, let's say, and help the workers to get their rights as well? That's the first point. And the second point is that we need reporting mechanisms. We observe those structures mostly in the countries of origin, but we need a counterpart. We can talk to. We have to have a transnational reporting mechanism. And as you might know, there's the IMI, the Internal Market Information System, which was set up by the EU, amongst others, to allow the communication between authorities on the posting of workers. So maybe this example could be used to have a similar structure of reporting on unfair recruitment. Okay, that's for now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. This is something we are going to discuss also with Susanne, I mean with NGOs in general. Yeah, Evelyn, you have the floor. You would have liked to mention the culture of disbelief, and you think that this enables the exploitation, especially in services close to home. So please give us a short insight.
Thank you, Helga. Sorry for coming late today. I'm not used to that anymore, to combine two events on the same time. I lost that in the last 2 years because tonight, this afternoon, I also have to travel to Amsterdam to meet up with Susanne to celebrate our 26th anniversary, and I really was confused with online check-in and stuff like that. So I changed. I would like to continue on that, what Albin was already mentioning. And I really would like to start with a couple of inserts in a couple of practical examples we lived through the last couple of months. I would like to start with this culture of disbelief with an incident we had when we visited a woman in detention, in pre-deportation detention, who was recognized as potential victim of trafficking by the institution who is supposed to do the legal support for persons in detention. And they referred her to us, and she was telling us her story, what happened to her. We contacted police, and police did the interview, and obviously she was a trafficked person. Obviously, it was right what she said, but the idea of police was that she's telling the story only now because, and this is literally, she wants to sell her out of detention. So, because the trafficking situation already happened in 2016, and even the trafficker is convicted. It's not that, it's not provable that what she said, but since he is already convicted, she's not needed as a victim anymore for any criminal procedure. And the culture of disbelief of the police says, we are not interested in people who are now telling the truth, but who are migrants, who are supposed to leave the country and are only identified in detention, and are only telling the story in detention. Also, she had already been 3 times in contact with police and never told the true story. One thing. Second thing, recently, about a month ago, we are cooperating with VIDA, the trade union in Austria, who is calculating the loss of income, the unpaid wages of trafficked persons in the field of any form of exploitation, but specifically also with domestic workers, and specifically with domestic workers who are exploited by diplomats. Vida was calculating the unpaid wage from one individual woman who was exploited in domestic work by a diplomat in Austria for 1 year, that what she should get be paid is 100,000 euros. So this is a very, very good indicator that we are having here a severe form of labor exploitation. Now, the interesting thing is that this woman, and this contradicts a bit that women, and it goes with what Philip said, there's a couple of really strong people who are fighting for their rights and are really wanting to get justice, but not as victims of a crime, but as workers who demand their money. And she was demanding her money already in November last year via a system which should be working in Austria, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but she was not perceived as somebody who can really demand money, and she was always like, treated as yes, try it again, and maybe you can do it next month, and etc., etc. Only then, in April this year, she got in contact with us, which should have been in November last year. She managed to escape from this household in June, because she also, then there was the fear of threats, etc., etc. And then finally, the country of origin, where the diplomat is coming from, is the first one ever who withdraw a diplomat due to exploitation of the domestic worker. So the diplomat was withdrawn, and now we can follow up a civil case against the diplomat. But seeing that the worker demanded right and money in November last year, and we can start now the civil case now shows that it needs lots of power of an individual to really get access to justice. And now, obviously, then there is all these other reasons. How will she get this 100,000 euros, what she's supposed to get, when the diplomat was withdrawn and is a different country? Is it still sufficient for the Austrian legal situation that she gets a residence permit, that she really can go after her rights in this sense? And can she now build up a decent living, because she was taken out of a situation where she had a decent job in her country of origin? She was lured into a situation, as Philip was saying, with this advertisement of jobs by this individual who told her, your life will be a lot better when you're working for me. And then I give you the third example, which was last year, where it was exploitation in seasonal work in Austria. So the woman also demanded her money and her rights via going public. And due to the system we have built up in Austria, that there was a support, and she was like referred to us, we could really support her, but the answer of the authorities involved in this situation was, but you should have known that seasonal work is hard work. So why are you demanding anything? This is nothing what you were going through. This is what you should have expected when you were coming to Austria. So this leads me to this overall title of the culture of disbelief. So the force is in the hand of the employers. The force is in a certain kind of migration policy, which tells us that skilled people can enter the European Union, but so-called unskilled people have to come here for a certain short time to fulfill the necessities of the society and then have to leave again without any access to any rights. So as Albin said, when we really want to change a situation, we need a strong criminal law, I agree, and we are really fighting for strong implementation of the criminal law. But again, this example, which shows that if you want to implement the criminal law, you have to have the conscience of all the people involved that this, what is happening there, is a crime. And if we don't get this conscious that it is a crime, then we cannot use the criminal law. And we have and for giving you another example in this field, it's also an exploitation of domestic workers, that the first one who got in contact to us was at the beginning of 2015. The last one this year. 3 women exploited in the same household. Even at the same time. So even they could give the testimony for each other because they have lived through the same situation. The case was closed 3 times by the court, because this which is not understandable is that this is work, what the women had been doing. It's not perceived as work and workers' rights. It's perceived as something which is necessary to do, but it's not really necessary to pay for it. It's sufficient, and the severe situation of that is that one of these women was not a woman, she was a girl when she was referred to us. She was 16, and when she entered the exploitative situation, she was 12. And not even that, also the Austrian criminal system says that if it's a minor, it has to be even higher without the visibility of the force in the trafficking situation. The case was closed due to not sufficient evidence for trafficking. So again, culture of disbelief. How could it be that a girl of 16 in this time is not taken seriously, that what she was going through was an exploitative situation, but the employer is taken serious, that she didn't want to exploit, she only wanted to help. Because a living situation of this person is better. So we are dividing between so-called skilled and unskilled work, and somebody who is in an unskilled, perceived in a working field of being unskilled has no rights, because this person should be happy to have a work. And this is what we also have been going through last year when we saw the corona situation, that it was easy in Austria to get people in from Romania for caretaking. Also borders were closed and we had corona, etc., etc. It was easy to get people in as seasonal workers. But at the same time, they were still exploited, and nobody took care about that. And nobody was interested in. And we are still fighting about to increase a little bit of the salaries, to get a bonus for these so important workers, but the people are not present and perceived, and exploitation is not perceived at all. And we are still in the same situation, and I think, Helga, this is where we could get to know each other, or where you got to know her in the field of perception of household work, that anything which is done near to the home is not work. It's perceived as it's there. It's not done, it's there. So visible also in the corona situation last year, where again I see an immense backlash in perception what is work. And if we don't see that as work, we don't have severe exploitation because it's not there. And if we don't see that there is still this distinction between important skilled work and so-called not important unskilled work, or a traditional distinction between work and reproductive work, if we don't go in there, we will not be able to establish the strong international interest in changing a situation, including criminal law.
Thank you very much. I mean, anyway, we come back to that. It's rather disappointing, yeah, but it's very good to hear the examples also. So I would just, the last person in this panel, give the floor to Roxane Hassani. As I said, she works with the Comité contre l'esclavage moderne in Paris. They also focus, originally they still do focus on domestic exploitation, domestic servitude, and you have specifically, as I said before, focused on a project of Moroccans, or in Morocco with Moroccans. So this is certainly interesting that we can hear more about that. And we'll come to the fact that you said more or less the same, that only a durable, trustful, and tailored support to grassroots organizations will help, will permit to effectively identify and help victims. So please tell us a bit more about the project and about your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Edgar. I'm sorry that I'm going to change the context a bit and take you with me to Morocco and not to another European country. Maybe what I can do is try to explain my quote and at the same time tell you a bit about our project. So why I choose this quote is because sometimes, well, someone here talked before about this institutional support and backup, and most of the time we only see support to grassroots organizations as funding, which is of course extremely important. But even when we talk about funding, it's not only about giving an envelope of money, it's also about giving something that is adapted to the size of the organizations. And you know, when you ask for reporting, it has to be adapted to the capacities of what local NGOs can do. So for example, when we started working with our Moroccan partners, some of them told us that they tried to answer calls for projects from the European Union, but the budgets were so important, like the threshold that they could ask was so high that they did not even have the internal knowledge on how to manage this funding. So I think it's really interesting to keep in, to push for projects that will really be tailored to your targets. And this is what we try to do with our partners. So we implement a capacity building program to 5 local Moroccan NGOs who work with different vulnerable groups, such as women victims of violence and children in a street situation or victim of violence, migrant workers, or even vulnerable Moroccan workers. And this capacity building program is structured in 3 phases. So the first phase was about learning them and really understanding what they do on a day-to-day basis. So how many are there in the structure, who does what, when they first meet someone who comes to, as you explained, some kind of counseling session or, a parlor when you can just talk about your problems. How is this person how would you say, followed within the association, who will be the first person she will meet, and then the second one and the third one, and who decides on whether to take the case or not, who decide who is best fit to give the advice, etc., etc. So this was the first phase that we conducted, and we surveyed them about this. And in the second phase, we implement the capacity building, the training workshop per se. So here again, we try to be really tailored to their needs, thanks to the previously conducted surveys, but also we try to develop all our training tools and toolboxes in Arabic. And it's very surprising to think that our partners told us we were the first one to give them a training in Arabic. So they have all followed training sessions, you know, with the UN, with the EU, with various European foundations, Spanish associations, etc. Even sometimes like regional foundation or initiatives, and yet we were the first one to think that maybe they would be more comfortable being trained in their own language when talking, you know, about their own laws, etc. So I think it says a lot about how sometimes, you know, we forget who our targets are. And then in the first, final and third step of our program, what we do is that we implement a day-to-day mentorship to our partners. So it's really about them forwarding us all their concerns, all the new cases that they meet, telling us why they thought that this was THB for labor exploitation case, and what indicators they had, what elements, how they conducted the interviews, etc. And we give them feedbacks on, well, maybe you could, you know, go a bit deeper in this analysis, or have you thought about looking at this side of the matter, etc. And then we provide the guidance for them to bring the case to court. So yes, this is what we do in Morocco with our partners. So the first training module was on identification. The second one on legal assistance and how to build a legal case, because we at CCUM we are very fond of legal cases, and we are the kind of association that always pushes any case, even the smallest one or the one that seems lost. As Evelyn said, many cases start with being closed, actually, and we reopen them and we push, and sometimes it takes 15 or 20 years, but still we have some, you know, meaningful results, not necessarily directly for the victim herself, but for the whole interpretation that can be made of the French laws. So this is what we try to guide our local Moroccan partners into doing.
Thank you. Just one more question. And why the Moroccans? Because are there many Moroccans in France, or what is it?
Well, I think everybody knows that there is a strong historical and cultural bond between Morocco and France. But at CCUM, in these recent years, we noticed that Moroccan nationals are actually the first national groups within our victims. Well, the victims that we identify and that we assist. So they are about 18 to 25% of all of our cases. And the second nationality, second and third, are Ivory Coast nationals and Filipino nationals, and they are only about 8% of our beneficiaries. So we thought that maybe, you know, it would be interesting to strengthen our links with local NGOs, and we already had some relationships with some of them, because we have sometimes complex cases and we need support also in the origin country of the victims. And in 2016, Morocco adopted the first law on trafficking in human being, which is very similar to the French one, because it's all about implementing international recommendations and the Council of Europe Convention. And this is what motivated us to launch this initiative. After the partners told us, well, we have had a lot of awareness raising sessions and training sessions on the new law, again by the UN, by the EU, but still, if tomorrow we meet someone who might be a victim of trafficking, we don't really know how to express that, how to put this on a paper, how to convince a policeman or a prosecutor that there might be a case there. We don't know how to use the law, how to build a case, what can be a valid proof of exploitation. So we thought that maybe we had some knowledge and expertise to, to share with those associations.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I think it was quite impressive to hear, what's going on, let's say, in this criminal field. But I guess now we start again, and you would like to comment and add on to what has been said by our panelists here. Maybe, yeah, please. Philip.
Thank you. Maybe I would like to come back to the first panel. You mentioned the issue of accountability, to strengthen accountability, and I think that's a really important issue. However, the experience we make is just the contrary, that there is a huge amount of how should I say it, of energy being put into blurring employment situation. There's a huge amount of intransparency, and just to give you an example, we just had a little conference on the construction industry, and my Bulgarian colleague actually, she made a statement and said, and she was kind of depicting the actors on a construction site. They're the contractors, there's the subcontractors, they're the employed, they're the self-employed, and there's the bogus self-employed, and they're the undocumented. But then there's always a person she called the friend of a friend. And this person is known by his first name and the telephone number. And this person is extremely important, and this person disrupts the subcontractor chain, and which makes it almost impossible to reconstruct the status of a worker. And which makes it also very, very, very difficult for us to claim the wages, because you don't know whom you're talking to, which company is this guy working for, and this is unfortunately and we don't see any measure against this construction. And you have this chain, you have it everywhere. You have it in the logistics sector, in the meat industry. You had it in the meat industry, and you still have it. So this is, and therefore the question is how we can really enforce the accountability within the employment structure. Maybe it's a very pessimistic maybe statement, but still.
Oh, no, this is the question.
Yeah. And maybe coming back to your project, which I find fascinating, and of course, there is still, when you're talking about implementation gaps, there is a huge implementation gap in the transnational collaboration between support structure. And unfortunately, it's normally those initiatives are always based on a project base, and the project starts and the project ends. And normally you set up a transnational referral mechanism or a similar structure, but then the project ends, and there ends the cooperation. So there's a huge need for institutional funding for transnational collaboration. It's a very easy and obvious point, but still, there's not very much, at least to our knowledge, there's not very much going on.
May I react to both of the things that had been said? Last year in France, we had a very, very big case because, I think everybody knows about Champagne, and actually there was an exploitation network that was dismantled by the anti-labor exploitation police force in the region, agricultural region where we make that wine. And it's just like you said, meaning that all the workers, they were asylum seekers or sometimes already refugees, which I think says a lot about how even when you have the papers and you went through all the process of becoming a refugee, you can just be very unaware of your rights in France. And they were all recruited in different parts of France, mostly the Paris region and directly near to the agricultural site. And for those ones, they were recruited just in front of the asylum seeker shelter by former asylum seekers. And those ones, they were the intermediators. So they organized everyone's transfer with buses and cars, and the only things that are known are a first name and a telephone number, a prepaid telephone number, just like you said. But however, the police was able to retrace the link between the luxury champagne companies and a first subcontractor and the last subcontractors who organized the exploitation and so the transfer and the recruitment and the housing in terrible living conditions of the workers. Yet, and this is where there is also a problem of political will, and this has been addressed by all panelists so far, I think. The main champagne companies, they were not charged with, actually they weren't charged at all as companies. Only one employee from one of them was charged with a very, let's say, a light offense that was not THB, whereas everybody underneath him was charged with THB or like slightly lighter offenses. So sometimes, as you said, everything is blurred on purpose, but yet they ought to know what was happening, because I mean they are the one who delegates everything, and when collecting reasons becomes so cheap, it means that there is a problem. And in France, I think we are lucky to have I don't know how to translate it in English, but the labor responsibility law, which means that every French company has the obligation to control what the subcontractor is doing and can be held accountable even if they supposedly did not know. Yet they were not sued, which for me is more due to a lack of political will. And again, just to conclude on what you said about the transnational collaboration, it's also something that we try to take into account when we thought about our project. And many European NGOs, I think, would just have an expat person going to the ground and coordinating everything from the field. But what we chose to do was to have a local project officer so that they can really implement the projects themselves. And hopefully at the end of the project, you would have that snowball effect and everybody in the team would be aware of the result of the project and how to identify, how to assist a THB victim. We also try to help them, asking for funding in a more professional way, etc. Because we are, of course, afraid of the end of the collaboration, which is why we need to reinforce their capacities and not to substitute to them.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. I would just like to say NGOs do a lot of work in this regard, so you know what's going on, you know a lot of these stories, let's say, what support would NGOs need and expect, or is it fine how the things go? I mean, we mention very often projects. I mean, it is just my perception, that this project culture needs also somehow to be amended or maybe newly structured, because very often you get money for one project, and then when it starts to be interesting and it should really continue, then there is nothing there, because somebody else gets something and starts again from scratch. So just to ask Susanne, what is your experience with your large platform? Please let us know a bit.
Yes, thanks very much also for that question. I haven't thought about it, but actually yesterday I spoke with a representative of the FRA who's worked a lot on the shrinking space of civil society. And we actually discussed this issue also of the funding for anti-trafficking NGOs, and we noted some commonalities on our findings on what's missing with funding. So if you want an answer for me on that, I would say that indeed very much the NGOs, first of all, have very limited access to national governmental funding. We see that all over Europe, and also to structural funding. A lot of NGOs, as you just said, are very much dependent on project funding. And then very often it's quite earmarked what the project should be around. So sometimes we feel, and then you try to hide to advocacy and lobby work into that work. In general, we see, even though everyone is calling for assistance to trafficked persons, we see hardly no funding, no structural funding for shelters, social support work. That's really sometimes taken up by countries, by NGOs under other funding. And what we also see, a lot of NGOs are then dependent also on EU funding, which is very difficult already to obtain. But that also limits, because in that sense it's very short, as you said. If we talk about strategic litigation, if we talk about cases, if we were to do something more in the long run, then 2 years is not sufficient. And moreover, the Commission seems to be a little bit, I can call it maybe allergic, but it's a bit allergic to repeating projects. For example, we've worked 2 projects we've done on access to compensation, and we still would like to take up this issue further. But then, of course, it's difficult if you already received funding before to continue that work, because very often the donor will say that yeah, this work has been done already, it's repeating, and it's a follow-up project which they're not so eager to support. Very often we see that there is a need, or donors stress that it should be innovative, but then at the same time that's very difficult, because of course the situation on the ground has not so changed enormously that you should not continue to approach it this way. I would like to use this opportunity also to raise 2 other small issues, just to reflect on the speakers. Firstly, I think indeed we should work still more on further awareness, but also of course binding legislation that several speakers mentioned. As for strategic litigation, I think indeed we as NGOs, and by the way CCM is also a member of La Strada International, we should think much more of strategic litigation. How can we use it more often as an effective instrument, including also maybe to get more cases to prove that companies are structurally profiting from human trafficking and exploitation, and should be sentenced, and also, as other speakers said, to improve accountability. And I think we have an idea also, when I was talking about follow-up funding for access to compensation, what we also think that's urgently needed is to really, as CCM also mentioned, to dive into old cases. What we see that even though in the rare occasions that compensation is awarded, and there is a judge that awards it, it's very difficult to get compensation executed. And NGOs then ask also to each other, yeah, how can we ensure this? Should we should we maybe hire a private investigator to prove that the trafficker has money? Why is he not paying? How can we solve this? And also for victims of trafficking, it's very often very difficult to start another civil procedure or to claim the compensation that was awarded. So I think it would be very relevant to look into old cases, let's say cold cases, and to maybe do a pilot or to look more into this and to see how we have cases that were never successful, how we can maybe still ensure that rights is done and that victims have access to compensation. I would like to leave it here, but yes, compensation is a very relevant topic to continue, and it's also reflected in the EU Victim Rights Strategy as one of the priorities.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Evelyn.
I would like to continue to that what Susanne said, but before I would like to add something what Johanna said in the first round. We are still confronted with non-implementation or wrong legal, let's say it easy, wrong legal background in the field of access to rights for victims of trafficking. And in this sense, I really would like to put your attention to our report, what we did. And it's back there as a couple of pieces you can take with you, where we analyze the access to residence permanent and asylum for trafficked persons, and we actually are continuing in the moment to do a draft law on the revision of the 2004 directive. And I think this is one of the things what we should really focus on, that the human rights law I'm not a lawyer, but I am a human rights activist. So let's say it overall, like human rights law is not very good developed on the level of the European Union. Now we have a new strategy of the European Union who wants to reform the directive 2011. I don't see any need on that. I see the need on revising other things which are not according to the necessities of victims, means the 2004 directive as an example. But also adding to that, what you have been questioning, Susanne, what is about funding for NGOs? Yes, we need structural funding. And I would say, like, we are really, as the Intervention Center in Austria, we are compared on an international level, we are in a very luxury situation because we have structural funding. We are funded to have, in the moment, 4 shelters, which is part of the contract with the state. And we are also funded in a sense of with not too much conditions. And I think this is also one of the points what we have lived through the last years with a couple of partners, what we are having in the platform, which was in Cyprus, which is happening in Denmark, and which is happening in other countries, where NGOs don't get funding because they have an opinion. So people are getting funding when they are offering services. But what we are doing is we are supporting human beings and have an opinion what has to be changed that we really get access to justice. Unfortunately, the system in Austria works like that we are getting the money like that. And it's always too less, but this is life. But what we know is that we have to really be aware of that the participation of civil society, and which means NGOs, or activists or movements who are only working for the interest, that ones what we are supporting, need have sustainable funding and no projects. Projects are really important and nice to do, for example, in a report like that, because you can do innovative things, you can learn something new, you can try something new, but you cannot do sustainable work. And when Roxanne said that they are going after case 15, 20 years, and the case I was talking before is now in the 8 years what we are going after this case, you can't do it with projects. And if we don't go after these cases, they are gone, and people don't get their rights, or systems are not changing, because there's nobody else who really wants to change the system in the sense of implementation of international law, international practice, etc., etc. I also would like to mention in this time that Susanne said access to compensation. It's one of the centers, and it was my idea since years. But still, we don't have the praxis to that. There's no other possibility in the actual situation without private investigators who are going after the money, that we really can trace the money of the perpetrators who are convicted in the civil, criminal or civil, it doesn't matter. Nobody else is doing it. We had a big case where we got 280,000 euros on compensation award by the criminal court. 50 or 60,000 euros was paid to the trafficked ones. What is about the rest? Via the criminal procedure, the bank accounts were not opened because the bank accounts were not in Europe. They were in the US, they were in Panama, so everybody knows about Panama. Yeah? And they were in Colombia, so they were not opened. We still know that the money is there, and they earned lots of money. But who is now investigating and really getting the compensation for the victims? Nobody. Yeah? And who pays a private investigator? So there is this system, and I don't know if it's true because I only know it via television, I would say, that big law firms in the US are working with private investigators to go after it. But we got so many offers on by private law firms that are doing doing pro bono work for us. But when we said, but what we need is not a new revision again of some implementation of something. We need private investigators. No. This is not what we are interested in. So they cannot earn, good fame out of it to go to invest in private investigators. And we as civil society don't have the money for that. And nobody is paying for that.
I hear that, after Helmut, I hear that Rizat would also like to comment. Before I give him the floor, I would also say maybe you, tomorrow you can confront also the new EU coordinator, on human trafficking with these questions, because it's not just about a strategy which doesn't show very much new, but it's about new approaches, and this is what such a person should do and promote and try to do. And as I have heard, she will at least have 1 hour, be with you, Susanne, and your platform tomorrow. So, but now I would like to give the floor to Rizat first, and then to Helmut.
Well, Helga, thank you. Just very briefly, actually in the chat, I asked a question, should the EU anti-trafficking coordinator be doing more in this direction? And I hope that somebody will ask that question tomorrow. But coming back to what Susanne and Evelyn were both speaking about just now, and the lack of structural funding, that is for me a major problem in a number of countries where and I entirely understand and agree with what Susanne was saying about the problem about new projects and the desire for innovation, as if innovation in itself isn't something inherently good. No, it's only good if it is doing something or improving something, perhaps. And it's a big problem in some countries that we have monitored where they say, yes, we're running these programs of support, assistance, reintegration, because we've got funding from Brussels or from Washington for 2 years or 3 years. So there's no structural attempt to address these issues. And that, for me, is a big problem because we're talking not about states being nice to traffic people. We're talking about governments and states actually implementing their legal obligations. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. Helmut, please. You need a micro because otherwise
Thank you. Well, I didn't want to interrupt too much, but it was exactly on the same point. Actually, whose responsibility is it to provide for the funding? including for the structural funding? And is it an EU responsibility, or shouldn't it be rather be a domestic responsibility of the governments? Because like thinking of domestic violence, I think most of the institutions, the infrastructure which has been established in Europe has been because of EU funding, which was kind of a compensation because of lack of funding on the domestic level. But I think that is a structural problem per se, because actually, in my view, to provide that basic counseling, protection, infrastructure also for trafficking victims should not be primarily a responsibility for the European Commission to provide the funding, but it should be for our own governments. And how can we strengthen that? And that would be my question also in terms of accountability then. What about the monitoring from a human rights perspective in countries like even in Austria? Everyone is happy that Greta comes every 4 years and issues a report, and then authorities claim, well, we are monitored anyway. But what about our domestic monitoring system? Why not having, for example, an annual big conference where all the annual reports from service providers, from the anti-trafficking organizations, from everyone working in the exploitation field is presented and made a public issue in order to strengthen the awareness, and at the same time perhaps take away a bit of the pressure for an individual service provider. If one becomes too much of a critical watchdog, then perhaps next year there will be no funding anymore for the shelter, etc. So I see this issue of how can we also domestically strengthen our accountability and fulfill, especially for the service providers, this double role of critical watchdog on the one hand, and at the same time continue on a stable basis with state-funded services. I think that's a structural issue we have to address, and then to find the right balance. Where should the EU come in with additional funding, and what should actually be our own government's role in that? So just as a question.
Okay, please pass on the micro to Clara.
Just a couple of points. Firstly, to something that Philip has said about unfair recruitment and, do we need new structures? I think there is an opportunity to perhaps lobby and advocate the EU in the context of the new directive around human rights due diligence, because that's precisely the thing that should go in terms of who is responsible for monitoring of what. And you gave the example of a contract. Well, whether that contract was actually legal under the national law is beside the point, because it was there to prevent the workers from changing. But I think there is an opportunity, and again, looking at the intersectional nature, it's not just the anti-trafficking measures, it's precisely those measures that can be used. The other question, or the other point that you made around, again, what do we resort to? If you look at the type of workers that tend to be the one that are the outsourced or the subcontracted, they tend to be either migrants or minoritized groups. At least that's sort of what we are seeing in the UK. And there have been attempts by some of the community and activist groups to actually use the discrimination legislation. Because obviously, if you can establish that a company outsources certain type of work under different conditions to a particular group of workers, well, it might not be trafficking, or it might be difficult, but actually isn't it discrimination, because you only have people of color working in those roles, and full nationals working in other roles. So I think there is also an argument in terms of what type of other legislation can we use, and I think these are good examples. Now, on the discussion about funding, and of course, sort of with my day job hat as a funder, I think all of these things are really important. And I work for a place-based funder that is in a very privileged position because we are independent endowed funder. But I can tell you there is a lot of discussion within the independent funding world around what funding is actually the right type of funding for the right type of movement. And I think there is something to be said for are you funding a project or are you funding an organization that does good work? And this is a very live discussion. And how do you enable that work to continue? So, and the message we hear clearly is core funding and unrestricted funding. So not project related, but actually funding for the organization. And the organization knows best how to invest the money and for a particular period of time. And I think there is also an argument, and obviously, there is institutional funders and they are very, completely different animal. But there are umbrella organizations, the European Foundations Network and all of that, that can be effectively advocated and lobbied. And I think funders need to be lobbied and they need to be told, this is how you should be providing the funding, because especially there is loads of networks of human rights funders. And they need to also be helped by saying, this is helpful, this is particularly unhelpful. And especially around what Evelyn has said, a lot of NGOs are being basically limited in what they are able to say, and often it's linked to government contracts. And I think that's where the role of independent funders is actually to fund the work that is more risky, that is around advocacy, that is around systems, especially where the funders have the privilege of being able to have the money and nobody actually telling them how that money is being spent apart from the core mission.
Yeah, but very often the funders determine the agenda, and this is very often is from the side of the countries of destination and not really from let's say countries of origin or so. Yeah. So, but I also think it's time to rethink. Yeah, maybe we don't have the solution today, how it should be, but to rethink funding and to divide it into different categories of funding, etc. So maybe somebody here, and meanwhile we would pass on the micro, please. Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry, but we are still in a sort of a pandemic situation, so we are not equipped with everybody to.
I will stay here.
On the floor.
My name is Irena Ferčíková-Konečná, and I do represent European Sex Workers Alliance since today. Yesterday it was International Committee on the Rights of Sex Workers in Europe. So this is the very fresh announcement that ESWA was born today, because it's a sex workers Pride Day just today. But I would like to, I have like two things. One is very much related to funding and to the, I would say, essential services, because essential services are as needed as essential workers and essential work. And the second point is related to the newest policy developments at the European level. ESWA is a platform similarly as La Strada or PICUM. We have members, and the specific thing about ESWA is that we are sex workers led, and most of the staff are also sex workers. And we have since today a new coordinator who is migrant trans sex worker. And I hope you will have a chance in short time to meet Sabrina Sanchez. I would like to say just a few things, because we are working with community-based organizations, which are self-organized groups of sex workers who are trying to defend their rights at the grassroots level. With very limited or no funding. In my view, this essential work of these organizations was for the first time quite visible in a way during the COVID, when through this very grassroots community-based organization, the necessary humanitarian aid and all the also hygienic sanitation things were distributed. But what I would like to say is that sometimes the workers' organizations, unions, even non-formal organizations are those that could be absolutely essential in referral, in provision of essential help, and are not recognized. As with regard to funding, ideally, these groups and community-based organizations should be involved at the municipal or city level, because they could really play a very significant role. My other question, which is rather related to the policy, and I am really curious to hear from most of the speakers, are related to prosecution and criminal justice approach, because as also Roger Plant mentioned, there is significant decrease in prosecution of labor exploitation cases. However, the European Commission, but based on the report of the European Parliament, came with the idea to bring a new criminal qualification that could be eventually introduced after the evaluation of the victims, anti-trafficking directive, which is the knowing use of services of victims to be a new criminal qualification. My question is indeed whether you believe this is the right way to address severe exploitation. From the sex workers' rights perspective, we believe that this wouldn't be probably useful and helpful because there already exists the qualification, which is rape, in the context of purpose of sexual exploitation, because this is actually whenever there is an absence of consent, the crime is basically rape. So we believe that at this level of trafficking for the purpose of sexual exploitation, this new criminal qualification wouldn't be helpful. Whereas I'm questioning if you believe that exposing more harsher criminal justice approach would serve trafficked persons, and whether this is actually not exposing all of us to be, in one hand, in a prosecution or taking part of the trafficking crime, because whoever is using a mobile phone, we know that most of the metals were mined by child labor. So we are knowingly using products of child labor, and probably most of us under this logic would be criminally liable for committing crime. So this is my question, because it's clearly in the strategy on anti-trafficking strategy that Commission is going to assess the option to introduce this new criminal qualification.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for these important questions. We have some responses from the panel here. Alvin, please, first, and then
I just wanted to immediately react to that question. I agree, if a person has sexual intercourse with another person, knowing that that other person is not free to decide whether or not she wants to engage in sexual acts, this is rape. It is rape now, it will remain rape afterwards, so I don't really see the need to introduce a new regulation. There's something like, but if she's there on her own, but still her labor working conditions are poor, I think that takes it too far. This is not, usually at least, not the client's interest.
Somebody else from the panel who wants to react on these questions? Maybe we need another session, to go deeper into this matter. So I would hear the Austrian national coordinator. The Austrian national coordinator. The Austrian national coordinator has the floor. What do we have? No, you need a micro, otherwise the people can't hear you. No. Can't hear this. Thank you very much, Mike. No, it's on, and please the floor. No, you don't need to do anything. It's on.
Thank you. I'm a researcher on 24-hour nurses, domestic workers at home, and therefore ask you, I presented my papers in Brussels at the ESC, Economic and Social Council, already 2 years ago. I finished now my work, and it was doubtfully accepted also by the minister, Dr. Mückstein, who presented there, also his predecessor, Mr. Anschober. The human trafficking counts in this area of work as an unpaid voyage when people come to Austria with addresses to work here. But mostly it's not really treated, it's carried directly out by the police, where people have to show up within 48 hours, or they should go also to the Sozialministerium service in order to get registered to be lost, and then they are checked out again. They are checked out again on behalf of the Republic of Austria. That means Austria in these cases has only the duty to check the people out, and therefore has a very bad image in human rights for being a country of exploitation for masses of women. This was also under the coronavirus time now done, and it was only accomplished by the workers in the countryside, Landarbeiterinnen, who were carried in by airplanes. So they organized themselves to be very, very well transported.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there a question, or would you pass on the micro, please, to Ambassador Schneeber, please?
No, thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here, and thank you for all your inputs, and we will deal with them accordingly in our task force. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Then, Susanne, you wanted to comment on something. Please, you have the floor.
Yes, very shortly. I think what I mainly wanted to raise actually on the 16th, there's still the possibility to react to the consultation, and of course this consultation will continue, but on the current EU trafficking directive, and fully agreeing also with the points that Irena just made. I just wanted to raise the issue that it seems, of course it's always unclear, but it seems that the EU strategy and also the European Commission is mainly asking at the moment for a revision of the EU directive, and we talked about it earlier in your earlier event, is mainly asking for a revision of this directive just because of trying to make it mandatory for EU member states to criminalize the knowingly use. And we also have problems there, first of all, because we see that national legislation is just only focusing, and the legislation that is available is only focusing on trafficking for sexual exploitation. And so again, it puts people in a different position. And secondly, there's hardly any evidence that those countries who do have this legislation in place, including my country, who just started to have this legislation, there's no evidence at all yet that it actually worked. I think I recall the last EU report on this is that there are only 100 cases so far prosecuted under this, and I would not know all the details. So it's not only a concerning issue, but it's also concerning that this is the main reason to push for a revision of the EU directive at the moment.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, and we have also come to the end of this panel. Thank you very much to everybody, but of course we would like to continue. We have a third panel, so please stay with us. We have a short break. There are some refreshments for those who are here. So sorry, Susanne. And Roger and Rizat, but thank you very much to you all, and we resume here again at 2:15, so it's really a very short break. Thank you. start? Okay. We start with our third panel on challenging EU policies on human trafficking for labor exploitation, including return and reintegration schemes. Just a few words before we are all ready. We know that in contrast to free movement of goods and capital, free movement of people and of labor has remained a sensitive political and social issue. Recently, intergovernmental cooperation in the field of migration management has again focused primarily on stepping up border controls and preventing irregular migration. If we think that, for instance, Frontex gets another, 1,000 new people to work with and all this, so it's an increase in stepping up border controls. As a rule, migrants in general and irregular migrants in particular are at the mercy of criminals, including traffickers and their accomplices. This is not new. We know this for 20, 30 years, really. The fact that migration is more and more often equated with organized crime impacts negatively on the attempts that are made to combat the various forms of human trafficking. So for us, in general, when we speak about migrants, most people, I would say, and unfortunately also, most officials also, would think it's something, well, not really of suspects of all sorts, let's say. Very often the absence of adequate social and legal protection is taken advantage of by criminals who exploit migrants in many ways. We heard this also today already in the other panels. Instead of providing appropriate protection and assistance to victims of trafficking, including an extended stay in the country, I mean, this is the main issue, and this doesn't really work. They are often returned as soon as possible to their home countries or expelled under the so-called Dublin regulations. With regard to the new European Commission or EU strategies on human trafficking, and the second strategy is on voluntary return and reintegration, the panelists will discuss current shortcomings and problems such as massive human rights and children's rights violations, manifold restrictions of freedom of movement, lack of transparency, etc., on the one hand, and potential improvements, of course, because we should discuss what can we do with the new strategies. So thank you very much to the panelists. I would like right away start with Sara Prestiani. You remember I introduced her before. She is a Migration and Asylum Program Officer at Euromed Rights in Brussels. And first of all, we are interested to hear what is this Euromed Rights, because many people would think med comes from medicine. It's not, so it's something else. And later on, we talk about your statement, Josep. Please, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, the Euromed Rights is a network composed by around 60 organizations, the two shores of the Mediterranean region. We work on several topics, such as the economic and social rights, gender justice, and migration and asylum. Within the program of migration and asylum, we have been analyzing with the three kind of pieces of research the new pact on migration and asylum. It has been, I think, mentioned before, it will be the new legislative framework, hopefully not as it has been proposed by the European Commission last September. It's now in discussion, the European Parliament, the Council, the European Council, and it will be really the future of the next legislative framework managing migration. And what is clear, looking at this 600-page composed by 9 legislative files, at least, so will really change and impact the EU migration policy, that there is a clear focus on border management, the external dimension, the return kind of obsession. If you look at the document, you will see the words return mentioned several times in all the document, and there is really a lack of space on what really will help to reduce human smuggling, that it's to increase legal pathway, and of course there is a lack of really tools of protection. I was just mentioning 3 points that I think that it's important, that lead us to say that the new legislative proposal, this new pact, will lead to increase human trafficking and smuggling, so that will be a problem. Why? Looking at the external dimension that has been nominated by Skinas as the first floor of the pact, so to deal with third country, to try to prevent irregular departure, you clearly see, and that approach is also seen in the last council discussing Afghanistan. Yes, very nice. We will take a few of them, but most of them will stay in third country, in Pakistan and Turkey. Countries that have no really protection system for them. A good example on what can be the impact of externalized border control in countries such as Libya, that is the main country if we look at the central Mediterranean routes. What we see now is that the European Union tried to support and strengthen the capacity of the so-called Libyan Coast Guard to intercept migrants and send back them to Libya. Concretely, what does it mean? In 2021, 21,000 people lefting Libyan shore have been intercepted by the Libyan Coast Guard, trained and equipped by the member states, supported by Frontex, and have been sent back to Libya, what we call pushback by proxy. That's really opening a cycle of violence. You can imagine someone coming from Sudan, detained by smuggling and tortured by smuggling in Beni Walid, and then detained in detention center in Tripoli, reach finally to check the sea, paying, and it will be intercepted and sent back again. And when back in Tripoli, they are detained in detention center where most of them suffer, men and women, sexual violence. So that is the reality of the externalization policy. Another impact it would be what we have seen in Morocco, the blackmail approach. So finally Europe asked to Morocco to put the conditionality approach on migration, using migration in all the diplomatic dialogue, and then Morocco tried to pressure to have more money from Europe, open borders. In 2 days, 10,000 people have crossed Ceuta. What happened to these people? Most of them was minors. Then afterwards have been sent back illegally. So in the middle, there are the migrants, the victims of this crazy dialogue between member states and third country. That is meant to strengthen the external dimension of migration. It's not only in the pact, but it's also in the MFF. If you look at the budget 2021-2027 of Europe, the new international cooperation instrument, the development instrument, the INDICI, will use 10% for strengthen the external dimension. So we are using development fund to strengthen the relation with third country in order to prevent departure. And of course, the reality is that migrants still try to cross, because still the reason for leave their country are there. So it don't seem to me that the situation in Eritrea is going well than in the past. So people are obliged to legally crossing. That is mean an increase of debt at the border. Only 2,000 people have been dead in the Atlantic routes in 2021. So we are speaking of incredible number, more than 1,000 all in Central Med. So there are all consequences not written of the pact, but clearly for people that are in the field. The second point, and I will not take more time, but I think that it's super important to mention it. What is the idea proposed by the pact of the first point arrival? The idea is to create it a kind of Moria model for other borders. Okay, you listen from the European Commission, no more Moria. Actually, the pact is reproducing the Moria model. That is mean kind of detention camps at arrival, or open camps in islands, so kind of detention place in open air, where people will be identify if must be returned back based on a list of safe third country. We know that the Geneva Convention say that asylum application is for individual case, so how you can consider a country a safe country for everyone, that is another question. And secondly, people will be detained at their arrival. And the idea is to reproduce bigger camps where people can be in fast procedure. They will process their asylum application in 12 weeks and then send me back if they have no right to the asylum procedure. I will leave and will not enter in the question of the violation of the Geneva Convention, but there is another problem. I give you an example in Italy, we know very well a camp is Mineo camp. It's 4,000 place of camps built by the time of Berlusconi. They want to reproduce these kind of camps at border, and these camps have been closed because inquiry investigation made by the national parliament show how people from there it's the best place for recruitment of people that will be exploited in labor market, in the agriculture and the sexual market. So that is mean that be back 10 years back to this kind of model of big camps lives and lead more than before to people to be recruited and to be exploited. The model that Italian association try to push in the last year is little hosting or reception center where there is a process of integration, where social workers know very well what happened to people and be able to protect. There is no way to identify possible victim of trafficking when comes in the first arrival country. And then they can escape and go to the other country. So the pact will really go in the opposite direction to the one that we propose to give and provide tools to protect people and to identify possible victims of trafficking. Was discussing before with the person who was speaking on the case of Champagne, how people in a hosting camp cannot recognize that most of the people, they are working in the agriculture and being exploited and living outside. That is possible when there are big camps, 4,000 people with any kind of protection system and integration mechanism. The third point is the return obsession. Of course, there is a lot of problem related to return. There is a word that for me is very important, it was mentioned before, accountability. We have now an admission agreement that are not public, even must be ratified by the national parliament, they're even not public. There is no post-deportation monitoring mechanism. What happened? We have been producing a report and a research in 5 countries and looking at the return practice. And what we see that most people that are returned from Europe, when in the region country, the only things they try to do is be back to Europe. Because there are no integration procedure, at least for the first one, very few, and no post-deportation monitoring mechanism. So finally, the EU policy focusing on strengthened border control and to prevent illegal departure are leading to increase illegal departure because they just forget to really open legal way and legal pathway. And when we speak about legal pathway, we speak resettlement, when we speak about Afghani people, but also family reunification, the right to have a visa to come to work in Europe. Because people want to work in Europe have to risk their life in a boats and their family too. So I think that we have to totally reshape the EU policy, and the direction which we are going is it's the worst one we have never seen. So there is still to close and to finish in a positive approach, we have still space and window for advocacy on the pact. And the main recommendation we have really to strengthen is to say the only way to prevent illegal departure is to open legal pathway, is not to close border, because border will not close and people will just die and be more and more smuggled and trafficked, and with no protection and identification of vulnerability assessment in the first arrival country. I will stop here.
Yeah, thank you very much for this. Later on, maybe we can also discuss, do you link up with other organizations? Because alone, probably you won't be able, because we all try, to shape the EU policies in a new way, which is difficult. But maybe in a second round, we can focus on that. Yeah? Okay, I would now like to give the floor to Mike. Well, he said something which is very true. Squaring a circle is always a challenge. And he means by that the question is, can European states both increase the deportations of irregular migrants, which they have in mind, and reduce the likelihood of trafficking victims become victims of human rights violations by being deported without the authorities identifying or protecting them? This is really the question. Is this possible? Only if they try much harder and build genuine protection systems. This is what Mike thinks, and please explain a little bit how this could happen, and maybe also whether you think that the new strategy on voluntary return is an answer to that. Voluntary return and reintegration is an answer to that. Mike, you have the floor.
Thank you, Helga. I was feeling quite positive on the day I gave you that quote, so let me start with a few questions. Do you live in a state where there is the rule of law? I don't know whether you feel you do or not. I remember about the time that the Council of Europe Anti-Trafficking Convention was adopted, sitting in Strasbourg with a newly appointed Commissioner on Human Rights, who happened to have been my boss back in the 1980s, a Swedish ambassador called Thomas Hammarberg, and we were talking about what might be his priorities as commissioner, and we estimated, a group of us, that there were about 8 million irregular migrants living in the area of the European Union, yet alone the Council of Europe area. So 8 million people in precarious situation. Now, the question arises whether everything that we talk about, anti-trafficking, anti-exploitation, is designed with those people in mind. So here comes my second question. Starting with the UN Trafficking Protocol in 2000, have we just seen ineffective lawmaking, ineffective law enforcement, or have we actually been part of a criminal conspiracy? A conspiracy to neglect and not to respond seriously to what we're now calling, by a rather lugubrious title, trafficking in human beings for the purpose of labor exploitation. As everyone has said, back in 2000, that wasn't the focus. It was for me. I had a job in London in an NGO. We knew all about what is now called labor exploitation, but we probably called slave labor, not only in Europe, but many different parts of the world. And we knew that several countries had really confronted some of the ideological contradictions about how to respond to that sort of exploitation. Particularly, I'm thinking about South Asia and Brazil, which I'll quote in a minute. So there was a lot of lessons to learn. And here in Vienna, I regret to say, not a single one of those lessons was heard or taken into account. Instead, we had propagandists from a large transatlantic state and some others who engaged in an ideological exercise. They wanted not respect of human rights, they wanted to make those awful criminals responsible. They didn't want to reform state policies or make state policies compatible with human rights, or respect human rights, or promote human rights. They wanted to point the finger. And that meant they didn't have to deal with the structural causes of severe exploitation, nor at that point were they insisting on the positive obligations of states, which, thank goodness, the European Court of Human Rights and the other regional human rights court in the Americas do insist on. So they put us in 2000 on a very unequal playing field. Do you know this metaphor? The ball is automatically going to roll down the hill. The ideology, which stems, I would say, particularly from the US, of individual responsibility in these issues, this denies the power dynamics of the very unequal power dynamics of the recruiter or the employer versus a worker, particularly a worker in a precarious situation. Now, in Europe, we've faced the very real situation of not mass migration, but some significant levels of immigration over the last 20 years. And we all know that governments consider their democratic mandate to crack down on immigration, to reduce it, to crack down on irregular migrants, far outbalances any of their internationally recognized human rights obligations to protect minorities or to defend human rights. So we are living in contradictions. We have majorities that aren't in favor of the human rights of others, and somehow our rule of law is not responding appropriately. And when it comes to Europe, more than other areas, but particularly when it comes to the European Union, a civil war that I was part of in the 1990s has continued to undermine the effectiveness of implementation of any anti-trafficking policies and laws. It's a civil war between crusaders on the one side. Now, I'm not a crusader, but the crusaders are anti-prostitution crusaders, not anti-exploitation. And on the other side, there are those of us who have a broader interest in protecting human rights. For the last 10 years, the European Commission in Brussels has broadly been under the control of the anti-prostitution lobby, particularly backed up by Swedish representatives in the European Commission machinery. And so we reach a new strategy starting 2021 that's going to prove itself ineffective over the next 5 years, I fear to say in advance, and which definitely wants to focus on people who pay for sex. Because actually the anti-prostitution lobby isn't interested in just singling out men who knowingly exploit women who have no choice, those in forced prostitution. They have a broader objective. They don't hide that. And they'll go on harping on about it. And in so doing, I would say over the last 20 years, they have enormously weakened our other priorities on the anti-trafficking agenda. And that's why we end up with a ridiculous term. Sorry for those in Greta. Trafficking in human beings for the purpose of labor exploitation is a very long way of talking about slave labor or near to slave labor. There was a lot that we could learn from outside Europe. Brazil in 1995 introduced 10 years after it realized it had a slave labor problem in Amazonia, a system that deliberately circumvented the traditional, conventional criminal justice system because they knew that at local level there was an oligarchy in control. The police and the magistrates and the landowners would all conspire against the interests of workers. So they introduced a completely different system, enormously expensive to run, of a highly secretive inspection unit based in the capital that would fly by helicopter and visit a farm in the middle of nowhere, a ranch which was perhaps still cutting down trees before the cattle arrived, where slave workers, migrant workers from the northeast, were under the control of gunmen and couldn't leave. So they knew the conventional criminal justice system wasn't the right response. Exactly the same thing 20 years earlier in India. And the best judgment, so better even than the European Court of Human Rights on the issue of bonded labor, forced labor, remains one from a Supreme Court judge, Justice Bhagwati in India, which recognized very explicitly that the power dynamics meant that the criminal justice system was not best suited. An adversarial criminal justice system in India of the sort that the United Kingdom developed was not best suited to enable any sort of precarious worker to seek justice. So I ask you again, when we deliberately didn't take account of any of those lessons in 2000, was it really by accident? I hope it was, but I do wonder. 2005, at least, I can see that the Council of Europe debaters took paid a lot more attention to human rights. So there's something positive there. Sorry if all of this has sounded a bit pessimistic. I could now come round to a few more positive things in the European strategy, because it has some positive things going for it. But I'm going to go, unfortunately, straight to the negative part in the area of protection. There's some good things on protection. It recognized some of those. I'll just say one nice quote. The strategy notes that young women and minors from Roma communities are especially vulnerable to exploitation and trafficking due to several socioeconomic factors, such as multi-dimensional poverty, anti-gypsyism, low levels of education, precarious housing conditions, social exclusion, and discrimination. That would be great if only if it was written by someone who knew first thing about human rights, who would never refer to children as minors, because the whole reason for developing the Convention on the Rights of the Child in 1989 was to stop people being referred to as minors or majors. It's disgraceful that that still exists in a European Union policy document. But on the weak side on protection, where do we hear about protection against arbitrary return? Where do we hear about more effective checking of who is who in detention centers or in other vulnerable situations? Well, we do hear that there are inconsistencies across member states in the application of reflection periods for victims who are not EU citizens. So I don't want to criticize too directly, or at least the author of the strategy didn't, member states, but there are inconsistencies. The remedial action that's proposed, particularly concerning return, is rather near meaningless. Let me quote it. It says, member states should pay particular attention to the specific situation of traffic victims in the context of transferring non-EU citizens to the country where they first arrived. In other words, Dublin rules. They're not even really looking at return to a so-called third country like my own outside the European Union, and they're certainly not dealing with all the problems that have arisen because of trafficked victims being returned to another European Union country. They haven't dealt with the problem. So once again, I have to ask you, if that is from the center of power in Europe, Is it a Europe that is under the rule of law, or is it in the hands of racist xenophobes who don't want to protect the working class that keeps the economies afloat, that keeps southern Italy's agriculture working with slave labor, that keeps Spain and Greece the same? I'm not going to go into a litany, but I'm going to keep on asking the same question. And if, like me, you answer, no, this is not the rule of law, then we can at least turn and say, well, let's give ourselves a positive agenda either for the next 10 years or the next 5 years to turn things around, to call a spade, to call the dreadful situation that is a nexus. It's not just forced labor, a nexus that covers dreadful housing conditions, dangerous travel between home and work, unacceptable working conditions, all of those things that we know typify the situation of trafficking for the purposes of labor exploitation. Let us put that into our law codes and, for goodness sake, get someone other than mildly mandated labor inspectors who aren't entitled even to collect evidence for criminal prosecutions to see what's happening, and then oblige the government of France in Champagne, but the government of Spain in Almeria province in the greenhouse areas, as well as courses Manolada and everywhere else. Let us require the rule of law to be re-established in Europe, because it's not there now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In the next round, we will see if we can do something against it and how and what, at least to start with. But for now, I would like to continue with the panel and give the floor to Connie Rieken. You remember she's a university professor at Tilburg University in the Netherlands and a new member, if I may say, relatively new member at Greta. So a lot of burden on you. And her statement was to say what is legally permissible is not necessarily desirable. Challenges to strike a balance between national interests and international obligations on labor exploitation. So tell us a bit more how you see the problem, please.
Thank you so much, Helga. And I think I will pick up on some of the points that were raised earlier today. It might be a bit technical in the legal sense because we're going to dive into the EU legislation. But I think it will help to show some possibilities for strategic litigation which help to combat labor exploitation. And maybe it's also partly addressing what Mike just said in the rule of law within the European Union. So I was actually doubting to go this route. So on the free movement of workers in the European Union, challenge that. But also problematize that to see how the EU legislation is actually a cause for the problems, but can also maybe be a solution that it would be too much, I think, but some way forward. And that comes back to the remarks that were made earlier today on the strategic legislation and to see how we can do that. The other idea I had was on the Dublin regulation and what the problems there, but that is a complete different angle, which we can probably still discuss because that is massively interesting as well. But hopefully this one as well.
No, go ahead.
So first some examples to show you the density of the legislation and the problems and the regulations in the European Union and on especially labor migrants. And we have already seen some of the examples, but I wanted to have a closer look, for instance, in the river cruises. So we have cases of river cruises where people are employed, third country nationals, but also Eastern European migrant workers from Cyprus or Malta. Then they are employed on ships that are registered in Switzerland, and they cross the rivers in Germany, in the Netherlands, in Belgium, in other countries in the European Union. They are on the ship, they cannot leave the ships, they work sometimes 16 hours a day, some get 350 euros a month, some 700 and some 900 a month. So this is the situation. The question is, what law does apply? So this is a massively complicated question. But what is here, what is even more complicated is that these, which we maybe instantly would think, okay, well, this is of course not permissible. It is actually also facilitated by the EU legislation. So there is a directive, and I have to look at the name, the Directive of Working Time of Inland Waterway Transport, that actually allows these type of situations. Of course, not the wages that are far below the absolute minimum. Although, if they are employed and if the Cyprus law applies, where there is no minimum wages, then you could even say that that is also in compliance with the law. But this directive that allows actually that allows persons to work 14 hours a day, 31 days in a row, with a maximum of 84 hours per 7 weeks, so which is still 12 hours a day. So that is EU legislation that actually facilitates and this gliding scale. Well, whether it's exploitation, okay, well, we can, that is another discussion, but at least, so if, for instance, labor inspectors wants to make a case against these kind of situations, then it is complicated by the EU legislation. So here that is, and it comes back to what Helmut was saying earlier, it's an institutional facilitating of these practices. So here, the question that I raised here, so what is legally permissible is not necessarily desirable. So it might be in line with the EU legislation, especially with the free movement of workers, free movement of services, the posting directive, everything that makes it possible, but that is not desirable. Then a second recent case from the Netherlands from last week is on the transport sector, which is another sector where this density of the rules is very, very high and also extremely complicated. So this was a case that was dropped by the prosecution service last week. It concerned 9 Philippine truck drivers who had to work 16 hours, sometimes 16 hours a day. They had to manipulate the tachograph. They had to sleep in the cabins, and they were also underpaid. So here, they were, that was not prosecuted for human trafficking after almost 3 years of investigation. Well, what was then the motivation of the prosecutor? Well, they said, well, it's clearly undesirable, but it's not, it's still legal. So, so the argument was there is no force here and there is no exploitation. So, what we've heard earlier today, it is very difficult to prosecute these cases. We see the number of victims on the rise, but we do not see the number of cases on the rise. And here, these are clear examples that are not actually prosecuted for trafficking cases. Now, so here, the density. It's clearly that the EU legislation facilitates this, and then, of course, with a the free movement of workers and the free movement of services, actually as the main fundaments under the European Union. So this is this is on the one hand a problem, but can on the other hand also be a solution. So in general, those freedoms are almost same in the European Union. So there's no limitations to that. I think there's 3 possibilities to see where we can make an argument that there should be some changes, and where you can make actually exceptions on the absolute free movement of workers and services. First is to look into the documents itself. So for instance, in the posting directive, you have some provisions that guarantees minimum wages, minimum working hours, and compliance with collective agreements in Article 1, especially 3. And this provision is hardly applied. It is very much circumvented by businesses. But there is also some positive regards. So there is a recent case from the Court of Justice of the European Union from December last year, where again it was the transport sector, where this posting directive was used actually to make a company that had 3, or it was a concern with 3 companies, one in Hungary, one in Germany, and one in the Netherlands, where people were hired and had a contract in accordance with Hungarian law, and but were employed actually, or did the work in the Netherlands. So here the court said, well, if the work is done in the Netherlands, or primarily in the Netherlands, then the minimum wages, or actually the collective agreement from the Netherlands, should apply. So here that was really a breakthrough that with the provisions that protect actually the workers, the posted workers in this case, were actually given the wages from where they were had the right to, of course, from the country where they were working. So this is, I think, a good example of how strategic litigation can work in the to the benefit of the workers. So that was a case from December 2020. But I'm not too optimistic about these. So although it's a positive sign, I'm not too optimistic, because we know that businesses are actually masters in adjusting their ways and their procedures. So they will look into this court case, see why actually the collective agreement wages should be paid, and then try to circumvent it again. But anyway, but on the other hand, it is a way to make them comply with the regulations. So that is enclosed in those directives itself. Then some other possibilities for actually having more attention for the protection of the migrant workers, with a full application of the free movement of workers and services as well, is in the treaties itself. So in principle, you cannot impose any limitations to the free movement of workers, services, or goods that is prohibited within the European Union, unless it is detrimental or a violation of the general security or the public interest, or the public security, public health, or the general interest. Based on these concepts, you may impose obstacles to the free movement of workers. Now, an argument could be made that underpayment or bad labor conditions, or labor conditions that are detrimental to the health, for instance, of the workers, or that frustrate a complete group, that is in contrast with the public security or public policy, the public interest, or even public health. This public health argument is actually used in the COVID-19 with regards to migrant workers. So, but that is not done at this stage, at least not as far as I know. So that is a legal way, actually, which is adopted in the conventions, which is, I think, worth further exploring. And a third element, or a third way, where we can actually make exceptions to the free movement of workers and services to the benefit of the migrant workers, is the concept that has been developed in case law, and that is the rule of reason, and these are actually other exceptions that are allowed to a complete free movement, and in relation to goods, that is, for instance, the protection of the consumers or the protection of the environment. So you could think of an argumentation that say, okay, well, there is a minimum threshold. There needs to be a safety net. If the treatment of the migrant workers in the EU, whether they come from other EU countries or via other constructions from third countries, there is a minimum threshold, and if it goes below that threshold, then the protection of these migrant workers prevails the free movement of workers. Well, these are, or free movement of services, because the posting directive falls under the service. So here are some ideas and some lines of reasoning, some out-of-the-box thinking, because that is what you actually asked us to do, to see whether there are some possibilities to give a more sustainable and a more robust protection to the migrant workers, instead of, well, trying to do it through human trafficking and combating human trafficking. For this moment, we're not so much successful in that regard.
Yeah, thank you very much for the moment. I guess it could also be interesting, a discussion with others, from the other panels. I think the lawyer, Clara, etc. So we'll do that. But before we do that, I would like to give the floor to Kirill Sharapov. He's a professor and researcher in Scotland, and in his statement, he said something which we would certainly have to discuss, which we certainly have to discuss today, but we will not solve it. He said anti-trafficking programs, including those focusing on the identification, assistance, and reintegration, are failing and will continue to fail unless there is a fundamental rethink and focus on the conditions in which current victims and the growing number of people in precarious situations have no other choice but. So, yeah, it's clear, but we would like to hear a bit more what you think.
Yeah, thanks very much, Helga. We all know that policies and legislation and the new trafficking strategy and media draw our attention in a very specific way, and there is increasing and continuing number of research that demonstrates how trafficking is represented in the media to very specific cases of human trafficking. And also we discussed that yesterday. In the meantime, over the last 5-10 years, we've also seen the entrenchment and the hardening of anti-immigration rhetoric at the highest level. We have the Trump and his wall, and of course, we may look at it as, oh, it's something funny, but it's actually not funny. It just legitimizes at the highest level this anti-immigrant attitude. We need the wall to be there, and it's still there. We have UK and its Brexit. We have the pushbacks of boats in the UK as we speak, or whether they've started or not, I'm not sure. Hungary, and now Greece has built its own wall to prevent refugees from Afghanistan from reaching from Turkey. And even though the European Commission rejects accusation of building Fortress Europe, there has been, I searched this morning, a specific article where the representative rejected the accusation. and suggested that the European Union wants to have the fair system for the treatment of asylum and migration. We know by looking at the way that the funding is allocated, that how the funding is allocated to Frontex and to the payments transferred to third countries, the way that this is structured tells us a very different story. And this gradual and incremental hardening and dehumanization of the non-EU, non-UK in the United Kingdom, or the third world, others, validates, and it's happening now at the highest level, because 10 years ago no one would even think of the politicians or the EU talking about preventing the other from reaching our shores with this velocity and this kind of passion. It validates the public perception that the best way to deal with certain types of migration, not the lifestyle migration, the rich individuals coming over, buying the citizenship and investing, but certain types of migration, is actually by turning migrants away rather than supporting, integrating, and ensuring human rights of migrants, forced migrants, and victims of trafficking. And I think in responding and thinking about human trafficking, the key question should be, what are we doing to change the situation in which the person who has been trafficked or can be trafficked has no other choice but to respond to the dodgy job advert that Philip showed earlier today, or pay the smuggler, or get into a situation which we would describe as exploitative, but for that person it may not be exploitative at all, it might be life-saving. And when you look at the very start of the trafficking chain and beyond the sensationalist media reports, but to the daily experiences of disadvantage and poverty and structural inequality, violence, which we kind of now, I mean, the case of Afghanistan is very telling, you know, well, what can we do? They should just get on with that, whoever did not manage to escape. This moves the scale of the problem to a systemic level, to the level of our national economies, and again to this issue of redistribution and the issue of neoliberalism and capitalism. And I think, you know, it may sound very didactic and very theoretical, but we still need to go back to this issue that we're living in a very particular economic system which depends on exploitation and which is neoliberal, and it is capitalism. We should not shy away from these words. So I think that the litmus test for any policy or program should be that what it does to respond to the context in which a victim of trafficking or somebody who can become a victim had no other choice but do all of those things which I've listed and some other. My second point is that the problem of using a metaphor of a network. You know, we're fighting anti-trafficking networks to describe the criminal activities surrounding human trafficking. And a few years ago, I read this really interesting article by Marieke de Gooid, who suggested that network, by definition, has no clear boundaries. So in the context of trafficking, the network will stretch from a cannabis farm in the UK, where Vietnamese nationals are exploited to grow the cannabis, to truck drivers who transport them across the border, to the local facilitator, perhaps even a family member in a small village in Vietnam. So it's all this kind of huge network that we are fighting, this very scary thing. But in this approach, the boundaries of this network are very mutable and the structures are very fluid. And this gives law enforcement, including Frontex, and some experts, and there are more and more of them, to generate almost unlimited investigative leads and also expansive security action. Because if the network does not have the boundary, then the anti-trafficking would not have the boundary either. So it could spread, and we know how it spreads, and I'll come back to that in my third point, which is probably the call to all of us to look at the dangers of bad anti-trafficking. Because again, what amazes me every time someone says, well, we'll rescue the victim, we'll save the child, we'll do the anti-trafficking, it's always considered as positive. You know, there is very little assessment of either not effective or harmful anti-trafficking. And in my work with my co-author, John Mendel, who I need to acknowledge, from University of Dundee, we look at how bad anti-trafficking spreads through this kind of network of anti-trafficking, which responds to the network trafficking. And we are looking at 3 examples: the awareness raising, and of course there is no annual report from any organization which would not mention that, oh, we've done the awareness raising, great. So it looks good in the report, but we know that it has very limited reach and very limited, in most cases, impacts. Also, the raid-based enforcement, which is presented as always virtuous, and there were a few cases reported recently, the Operation Underground Railroad, where they used a sidekick to locate the child who was trafficked, but it wasn't. And also the Mustafa Dawood case in the UK, where the irregular, at that time, migrant who was a failed asylum seeker from Sudan was reported to be working in a car wash, and he was escaping from people who came to rescue him, the UK border agency, and in escaping the rescuers, he actually fell to death. And also the spread of damaging legislation, the Foster-Sester or the Nordic model of policing trafficking, how that kind of spreads through this network of anti-trafficking and how damaging that is to people in other contexts within which these measures may not be efficient or effective. And also the spread of technological solutions. And again, I looked recently at some of the experts and colleagues working in the US context, where the anti-trafficking rationale is embedded into increasing security measures to actually scan daily transactions on current accounts in certain counties of the US where trafficking is prevalent. So the banks would be scanning our bank statements for any signs which could point to us buying a slave and using them. So the kind of point that I want to leave on this metaphorical discussion table is, what can we do as activists, practitioners and scholars to document and also challenge the ineffective and sometimes harmful anti-trafficking? And it kind of feeds back into this conversation that was started previously about what do we fund and how do we make the recipients of significant amounts of anti-trafficking funding accountable, not for just what they did, but also for what they create, you know, this monster with legs and arms, you know, this anti-trafficking Frankenstein, what it does to people who actually have absolutely no say in developing and implementing these policies, but who are in dire situations across the world and, you know, in our own backyard. So that's my question to the panel. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good question. So I give it to the panel and also to the others, you know, who wants to comment immediately? Or maybe anyway, Sarah, you know, because we said, what can you do? Let's say, we can also be modest, you know. Of course, we don't change immediately the whole world, but let's say, what would you do from your perspective?
Yeah, no, I think this is super interesting what was mentioned, to show the reality, you know. Just to give you an example on the new pact on asylum and migration presented the 23 September 2020 by the European Commission. And they present a pact, so I was mentioning before, 6,600 page of legislative file without an impact assessment. That is the first problem. So the European Commission is more and more presenting legislative file without impact assessment. The impact assessment have been published a few months ago, so quite 1 year later, by the research department of the European Parliament. So it was the European Parliament say, okay, I cannot amend the legislative file without an impact assessment. So what we decided to do as civil society is to produce an impact assessment that clearly show how the proposal was unworkable in terms of concrete action, because I was mentioning before, so the idea is to let's most of the people enter in a fast asylum procedure in a closed place. And we took the data from 2019 from Italy and Spain, and we show that Italy, if we want be in line with the new proposal, must increase the number of detention places from 2,000 to kind of 23,000 places of detention. It's impossible. Spain even more. So that concretely, so to show how the legislative proposals are absolutely unworkable, are ineffective in terms of the proposed they plan to achieve. So no, you will not stop migration, you will just oblige people to check more dangerous routes and to higher the number of deaths at sea and in the land, and to be even counterproductive because the fact to not open legal pathway oblige people to check illegal way to join Europe. So I think that's to start from the reality. So it's quite easy for us that we are Brussels-based, but we have members in the field. So I think that the first goal is to create a kind of formal and informal network between organizations working in the field and organizations working in Brussels, try to make advocacy. Then I think that also we have to take into consideration the structure of the EU institution. There is a clear shift in the European institution. The European Commission is going totally to the Council position. So we have to take into consideration that we can have a kind of friend European institutions that are the member of the European Parliament, and that is something that it's really important to work with. So to send recommendation, to send analysis to members of the European Parliament, in particular to LIBE committee in charge of the amendment of this legislative proposal. And then I think that we have to cross and connect strategic litigation with communication, with advocacy. I was mentioned before, there's a feeling of anti-migrant clearly. There is an instrumentalization of the migration dossier in the electoral strategy of all governments. So we have really to show through communication to the public opinion how the reality is totally different. And in some way, how also these policies are not only negative affecting migrants, but also European citizens. For example, it was a very, very, very good example. The Salvini in Italy, when he was Minister of Interior, proposed a law that he called the security law. But finally, we showed that what he really produced, it was insecurity. So more people without paper, living out of reception system, will create more insecurity for Italian population and not security. But of course, he needs more insecurity to justify his racist policy. So I think that we have to show this kind of crazy circle to create the imaginary of the enemy in the migration and how the policies are producing this kind of imaginary. So that is, so just to summarize, I think to strengthen advocacy, but in Brussels we need the knowledge and experience in the field. And when I speak in the field, it's not only in Europe. As I was mentioning before, the external dimension of migration and asylum is now the main pillar of the EU policy. So we need also to work with organizations based in Morocco, in Libya, in Tunisia, in Algeria, and in Turkey. So this network must be the most largest possible in all the countries affected by migration in a way to another, to be origin, transit, or destination country, to strengthen advocacy through the knowledge and to make kind of simulation of EU policy where you can clearly show how EU policy are unworkable and ineffective, and finally to really try to connect the strategic litigation, the communication advocacy. Just to be shortly mentioned, the strategic litigation, we have been supporting a lot of cases of to the European Court of Human Rights on pushback. and that it's important to do it because it's just to show that at the European border we are systematically and daily violating the principle of non-refoulement. And there is a very interesting report made by the Special Rapporteur of Migrants in the UN on pushback, and you see that how is a worldwide practice in all the region, in all the world. So that starts to be a systematic violation. And maybe last very positive point, because I don't like to finish with a negative one. So within the 600 page of this famous pact, there is a quite interesting proposal is to structure a monitoring mechanism at border to monitor the violation of principle of non-refoulement. There is one positive proposal. We try to push for it. We try to push for independent mechanism at border. Ombudsman are the really key actor for monitoring return and the situation at border. Let's collaborate with national ombudsman. Let's collaborate with the FRE agency to push for this monitoring mechanism as be put in place. Let's use the few positive proposals from Start a Coalition and then try to reshape, as I was saying before, the negative one that are unfortunately the most. But yes, let's look also the few positive.
Okay, thank you. Connie, please. Yeah, thank you so much. I want to just highlight a bit more on the anti-policy. So the anti-trafficking policy, the anti-smuggling policy, which I think we have to distinguish because they have some different effects and also create a different feeling in society. Well, I think, Mike, you have called it previously the collateral damage of the anti-trafficking policies. And I think we have to look, especially some monitoring what the effect is, but also problematize the effect. So one of my PhDs, she has done research in Nigeria, and she saw actually the negative effect of the anti-smuggling policies in the EU. So there's a lot of money going to the IOM, so there is an incentive for people also to be qualified as a returnee, because if you are a returnee, then you get some money. The same goes to a certain extent also for victims of trafficking. So there is also an incentive, and maybe that is a bit putting the stick here in, how do you say that? Well, maybe it's it's a bit controversial, but we also have to acknowledge that this is the case, that if we create some openings for only limited openings for legal migration, then each and every possibility that is there creates, of course, also an incentive for people to see whether they qualify under these regulations. So this is not a plea to actually criminalize that or to focus on that, but it's more a plea to open the legal possibility. So I concur with this 600-page document that we indeed have to create more legal pathways. But as long as we don't have that, then the people try to go through these narrow doors that are there, including the possibility to qualify as a victim of trafficking to have a residency, which of course again is picked up by the media, by the politicians, to say, okay, well, see here, they are abusing the system. So it is a very complex system, but we also, and as I also see the very negative consequences of the culture of disbelief for victims of trafficking who participate in criminal proceedings or who want to file a complaint and who are not believed. But there is also a struggle, and we have to recognize that struggle to see and to distinguish, and also recognize that the system, yes, the system, if it has only limited opportunities, then the system, of course, is also being challenged or abused or whatever, how you call that. So we should not deny that, but recognize that collateral damage or that consequence of the anti-policies. So it is much more complex. The same PhD that also did fieldwork in Sicily, in Palermo, where she saw little Nigeria, where there was actually a same. She uses the metaphor of the play, but they play with the rules, they play with the system, they play with the policies, and that is also something that we should recognize, I think.
Absolutely. I see that Mike wants to comment on that.
I'm going to go a bit beyond it, because we're in the Chamber of Labour, and I'm thinking about my extremely long list of things that need to be done over the next few years. So I thought, well, maybe Labour specialists are the right ones to start with. The new European strategy has a reference to the European platform tackling undeclared work. And of course, trade unions are a strong lobby against undeclared work, so are anti-mafia police and a whole load of the rest of us. And there is a problem, isn't there, if we don't recognize that there is an absolute contradiction between repressing undeclared work in general and protecting abused workers, particularly exploited migrant workers in particular. Needless to say, the EU strategy doesn't recognize that contradiction. But the international trade union movement could do much more about it. So at the moment, the EU strategy talks about helping build know-how and showcase transferable practices, and then including identifying victims trafficked for labour exploitation. Thank you very much. As usual, the trafficked are the sort of left behind subclause. Yes, undeclared work needs tackling, but we absolutely need to do it in a very explicit way of seeing what needs to be separated. Firewalls is what one UN Special Rapporteur referred to. Secondly, we need to monitor and publicize much more. And I don't mean just monitoring and publicizing the horrors in the workplace. I mean monitoring and publicizing what the monitors and supervising agencies do and don't do, starting with the richest of them, the US Department of State Anti-Trafficking Bureau, very much also the European anti-trafficking strategy. The last one got away with terrible abuse. I won't talk to you about what Susanna this morning has told me while the last anti-trafficking coordinator was in power, because she was in power and she abused her power against certain expert NGOs that didn't share her views. So we need to hold them accountable. And we need a far, far higher level of accountability when governments are criticized, not just by Greta, but by UN, perhaps not by NGOs, but I'm thinking very specifically of a long-term pattern of near slave labor, certainly analogous to slave labor in Spain, that the UN Special Rapporteur on extreme poverty was the latest of a series of people to denounce at the beginning of last year. Coincidentally, it was strawberries, but in Huelga in Andalusia. And as usual, the government of Spain does what, politely in English, we call sweet FA. Very little, nothing, nothing, nothing. Oh, we want to save the Nigerian women in prostitution. No, but nothing about the strawberry pickers. So we really need accountability there. And we have some specialists here on live-in migrant domestic workers who could spend the rest of the week telling you about the huge number of positive measures that can be taken to prevent such exploitation. But we've had that agenda for 40 years, and we still hear that in Germany, employers can get rid of them. I'm reading the history of my little town, which was marred in the 18th century when a 14-year-old was hanged because she was alleged by her employer to have stolen something when she was there, live-in domestic worker. By and large, we don't hear about hangings anymore, but we hear about huge level of abuse. Of course, there's a great deal that can be done. And once again, let's go back to the trade union movement. Migrant workers are very often not organized. Live-in migrant workers are hardly ever organized. It helps if they have a representative organization or even a non-representative organization, such as we have in the UK, now several of them. It also helps if the National Trade Union Centre or centres have at least one full-time staff member appointed and paid for by the trade union movement to protect and advocate the rights of such domestic workers. Otherwise, I'll go back to my original thesis, we'll go back to invisibility and a very substantial sector of every country which is not under the rule of law.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, and then Kirill, so you have certainly a bit of an answer, yeah, to your own question.
I probably give slightly different sort of idea. I just remember that increasingly I've been invited to join different events by Anti-Slavery International, but also by the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center, which is based in Geneva, about migration and climate change. And I know it sounds a bit, futuristic, but I'm sure that in 5-10 years, we'll be talking about increased inflows of people living the context where climate change is felt most. What I remembered, and it was a very interesting discussion at the Internal Migration Monitoring Center, because obviously people who are affected by the change in climate would first of all migrate internally, first of all. And the assumption that what we are told by the newspapers and by the media, that people would just uplift themselves and move with the earliest opportunity is not true. The experts in climate change and who look at the impact of climate change on communities suggest that people would stay where they are until the very last moment, until it's completely untenable, and only then they would move, because people live in this, they're attached to the places where they live. So the message from that meeting was that we should not expect massive movements of people, but if we are to believe the IPCC report, which was released quite recently, that in 5-10 years' time, we will be at this point where at the tipping point, where the whole societies and systems, social, economic system will start breaking down in places which are least prepared to actually respond to this change. We can expect that there will be more people moving across borders. And my fear, by just thinking about what I've just said and about this entrenchment of anti-immigration attitudes, which then translate in one form or another to, disbelief to people who are victims of trafficking, that now with this rhetoric and what the European Union and our national governments are doing, I mean, the new walls that, the wall that Greece has built, the stage is set for even further narrowing down of any mechanism to migrate. If you remember recently, I don't remember the exact name of the agency that published this assessment. They published the assessment of the most secure countries to be in the next 20-30 years. And of course, they're mostly island nations like New Zealand, because no one would ever swim there. There could be no pushbacks, or even the United Kingdom, because it's still an island and it's no longer within the kind of EU. And, migration was part of that. So, I know that, Helga, you've celebrated 10 years of the of this wonderful initiative. I wonder, let's hope we all survive for 10 more years, what we'll be talking about in 10 years' time, and how narrow the options to migrate would become then if we consider them as narrow now, and how pronounced and nasty the overall anti-immigrant, anti-other attitude would become in our countries, where we will be presented with these pictures of people whose livelihoods were decimated, coming over for our water, coming over for our fruit, apples and potatoes in the UK, if there is no more strawberry coming from Spain. So I think my fear, and maybe I'm not, maybe I'm just too pessimistic, that these conversations will continue, and the narrowing of legal migration channels and also of the services available to people who find themselves in precarious situations in our countries would be only narrower. So I think there is much more to discuss in the next, or monitor and position ourselves against this reality. And before I finish, I also, one of my favorite authors, Deborah Rose Bird, she was the Australian anthropologist who wrote about a very precarious location of Aboriginal communities versus colonialist Australia. She kind of linked or compared our location as researchers and activists in relation to this global, unimaginable changes. And she said that the past of climate change is coming upon us from the future. And she used this analogy of the film noir, the kind of the black films, you know, these detectives, you know, the black and white cinematography from 60s and 70s, to describe where we are in relation to this. And she said we kind of play multiple roles. We are criminals because we know what we are doing. We know we are complicit in a way of not responding to the policies of, you know, wrecking the environment, depending on which area of life we are talking about. We are also victims because we are victims of this rhetoric of the increasing security measures, of enforcement actions. We are also detectives because we are trying to investigate and see what's going on. And we're also the witnesses because, you know, we see all of these horrendous things unfolding in front of our eyes, and we cannot do much, rather than, you know, or we can do very little, but we're still doing something. So I think it's a very apt sort of analogy that, you know, different roles that we assume in kind of dealing or doing the work that we do. So that's kind of my final contribution.
Well, I also anyway realize that discussion has only started, you know, this is clear, yeah? So, Alvin and then, oh yeah. And then Helmut.
Thank you very much. Mike, I have a question for you, if I may. You, for a couple of times, touched on the war against prostitution. Now, recently I've seen quite a few authors saying we are somehow neutral on this. Yeah? We are not against prostitution, but we are of course not for supporting the rights of sex workers either. I think this doesn't work. I don't see the logic. I think you either believe that we need to engage in this war against prostitution in a funny alliance with very conservative people on the one hand and some radical feminists on the other, but nevertheless, I would of course believe it's exactly the other way around. We should be just as strict about the rights of sex workers to decent labor conditions as we are in other professions. I would just be interested in how you see that. And to Mr. Sharapov, I have a little question as well. Maybe it's a huge question, actually. In your presentation, you said that what is exploitation to us could be life-saving to the migrant worker. Do you think that that this concept of exploitation is helpful at all? Because I more and more doubt whether you can give any substance to that. I mean, of course, in a contract, you will have a strong party who will very often, to a certain extent, exploit the weaker party. That's not a deep insight. But to make it something that is relevant, even criminal, you would have to give it much more substance. And I mean, the Employer Sanctions Directive tries to do so by saying it's so exploitative that it violates human dignity. And that's exactly where I struggle, because I don't really see how by even, adding exploitation to exploitation, you arrive to a violation of human dignity. I would just wonder whether you have any reflections on that. Thank you very much.
Pass it on, please pass it on.
Shall I add my question right now? Okay. Well, actually, my question to the whole panel would be, because I like this idea of, well, on the one hand, the trafficking networks are without boundaries, but also the anti-trafficking networks could be without boundaries. And the question for me is, what kind of perhaps outreach would we also then need in order to engage with further allies, while at the same time still remaining somehow focused? So to make it a bit more clear, like what we are discussing right now is basically socioeconomic conditions in our societies, in Austria and in neighboring countries and basically across the world. And issues like this exploitation of 24-hour care workers has to do with that we don't have a functioning system about how we organize care in our own countries and in neighboring countries, etc., across the world. And the current business model is the kind of cheapest, but with the exploitative costs for those affected. So to what extent should we also then engage through research, through strategic litigation, etc., with those in the field of nursery care, developing concepts, like there's in many countries a discussion how to finance the whole care system in the future. It's a big societal question, and ultimately if we don't want to continue dealing with the symptoms, somehow we should also contribute to these discussions on basically solving these societal issues. Or that we have an issue in Austria about children disappearing from institutions has to do with that we don't have a functioning guardianship system in Austria. And therefore, that's something we already try to promote also with child and youth welfare offices, that they should be aware of that. So, like in the future, a panel like this, what kind of additional actors might be necessary to sit here when we talk about care systems, that we might go a step further in developing such a broader anti-trafficking network, and to find the right division of labor, what can we contribute? Because like strategic litigation can also fulfill many purposes. It can highlight a legal issue, it can lead to legal clarity, it can expose something for the public, it can give a remedy to a victim, and not all of them necessarily go into the same direction. So this division of labor, and what kind of allies would we need to progress actually to put the agenda further, much beyond the narrow trafficking context? Sorry, big question.
Maybe we don't have an answer to that immediately, but no, it comes into my mind, which is, when in 2000 or late 90s, just suddenly human trafficking was an issue, and it was because we involved, I don't even know, but suddenly it was an issue for politicians. Yeah, so I just would like to come back to the fact we have to involve them. Yeah, because if we don't do that, it's so difficult. You can really do what you want, and it's so difficult, and it takes such a long time. But if one or two or three important politicians understand something, no matter how deep they go and how matter if they want to know all the details or not, but once they have understood, the direction where it should go, this would be so helpful for everybody. It would be helpful for NGOs, it would be helpful for researchers, it would be helpful for everybody. But I don't know how. This is really, I feel that we have really lost that. Yeah, we have at the moment not many politicians who really want something, yeah, who really, where you have the feeling, well, what is it? Do they have a vision of where we go, what we want? It's just only lip service. It's just, you know, using it for other purposes, really. I mean, this is not very constructive, I'm sorry, but this is really what is from the past. I had the feeling.
Just think about your own situation.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. It's like this. Yeah, it's really difficult. I mean, of course. Also, this is not just one politician says something and everything works. That's not the case. But you can convince others, and you know, and once you would say, well, this is important. Like at that time, you know, this is more than 20 years ago. You know, human trafficking is something. I doubt that they knew what it meant, because from the moment on where we started, you know, to do something on victim protection, it was clear, oh my God, we have to involve and it will cost something, etc., etc. But nevertheless, you know, at the beginning they had some idea what it could be, and then suddenly not everything, but a lot was possible, you know, and many organizations could do something. They came in with their creativity, you know, and etc., etc. This was something, but at the moment I'm not very optimistic, but we will see. But we are not going to finish with that. So you have the floor, but you must take a micro, please.
Thank you. I will be very short because I would like to react to what was said about the crusade against anti-prostitution and also to your question, because the issue of sex work is definitely about the human rights. And I just would like to say that 261 sex workers, most of them are migrants, brought France at the European Court of Human Rights to challenge the and demand law in France. So the case was accepted in April. Now they are inviting third parties to submit their submissions, and I believe the court should really have to say on which way such a law to end demand for prostitution are in breach with basic human rights. Shortly, the complaint is against violation of Article 2, 3, and 8. So we will see very not shortly, unfortunately, after some years, how far these laws that actually have to prevent human trafficking are in breach with human rights. This is what I wanted to say.
Yeah, thank you very much. Most important. Yeah, just pose it somewhere. Please, Mike.
So, of course, as a good human rights worker, I'm far too neutral to respond to Albin's question. I couldn't possibly get off the wall, especially as I know there's an author in front of me of an article about a month ago saying, how can you be neutral if you are a human rights protector on this issue that you're raising in terms of lobbying against all forms of sex work. But I can't really claim to be neutral, because when I was a member of a UN fund, the board of a fund, I think we have one of its presidents present today, and our fund, including me, had been giving money to a particular project in Mexico City. At that point, the mother organization of the Mexico City NGO, the Coalition Against Trafficking in Women, based in New York, decided to denounce me and wrote a 2 or 3 page letter to the United Nations headquarters in Geneva. I think they were hoping I would be dismissed as a member of the board. So I guess if they hate me that much, then maybe I'm not really as neutral as I think. But I think you can't be neutral on human rights. What you can recognize is that human rights isn't all black and white, good and bad. Actually, and that's why it's good if the European Court gets to hear this case, actually it's a balance endlessly, and it's sometimes a difficult balance. I don't think any serious, well-trained human rights person is going to come out with everything has to go like this or this. I was a bit shocked that one of the colleagues I'd worked with in the 1980s against apartheid could do that and say, oh no, I have completely to give utter priority to this anti-prostitution campaign. It outweighs all the other rights that we might consider. It's a sort of a campaigner's approach, isn't it? If you want to succeed, you need to really over-egg the case. I think that's the phrase. You put too much focus on it. The other question that came up was, what sort of allies does Helmut think you could seek? And the answer there, I suppose, is that for 15 years, starting in a trafficking situation, but looking at situations of migrant rights, we've been saying you have to have a holistic view, not just the country of destination, not just the country of origin. And I've come across a few people who've succeeded in getting that, but it's quite rare. And few funders are willing to support it. And so you have, let me say, idiots in what is now the British Foreign Ministry who could propose millions of euros for a project in Nigeria that was called Stop Slavery in Nigeria. And the Nigerian implementers of the project in the areas around Benin City, from which many of the women in Europe, Nigerians who are identified as trafficking victims, come, said, this isn't slavery. We had slavery. We know what slavery is. We'll call it trafficking, but please, not slavery. But the world's full of idiots. And as we always say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Yeah. Helga, I'll briefly respond to the question about the exploitation. I think it's a very interesting one, and given the kind of today's trend towards decolonizing everything, I think the human rights network framework needs to be decolonized. And again, it may be a contentious view, but it is a product of its time, and it's a product of a specific political and economic system. And I remember I was dismayed, and I still am, probably most of you, when we used to travel, when you put on the CNN, the international edition, you would have this Mira Savino, the Freedom Project, where she was portrayed in the village in Southeast Asia, and she said she saw this man, local man from the village, sitting there playing domino or something, and she talks to the cameraman. Oh, I'm so full of indignation. I'm gonna just go and tell them it's wrong to sell your children. It's wrong. I'm gonna tell them this, and that's kind of there's so much in this episode in terms of. We're going back to this debate about the universality of human rights versus cultural relativity, and I'm sure in your position you probably know more than anyone about these cultural interpretations of human rights. And I think we're now probably, I feel at least as an academic, I feel as if I have more space to talk about the decolonizing something which has been considered for such a long time as such a kind of, solid benchmark. While you either have a human right, your human right is either respected or not. And again, if you look at some of the accounts, one of the participants mentioned this coltan that we all have in our mobile phones that is produced or mined by children. If they don't go to the mine, their families are going to starve. So who am I as an expert or as an academic to tell them, you know what, this is wrong, and be this Mira Savina. It's wrong to send your child. So I think it's a very good question, and it's a question to ourselves, like how do we apply and interpret what, at least when I did my master's in human rights, was, taught to us, it's if human rights are universal and they're inalienable and, they're there to protect, do we question that it's also part of the kind of neoliberal project because it was conceived, in 1945, 46, when the foundations of the system we are currently in were laid. And yeah, and to go back to the question about being reflective, I think, again, coming from academia, when we work with students, increasingly one of the requirements is to have the very important chapter called critical reflection. Whatever account they produce, whether it's research or mostly research, we ask students to not just assess the impact of their intervention, if it's an action research project, but also the critical reflection. Where do I come from? Why do I think this is important? What is it that I left out because I conceived this project from this particular perspective? And I think to have this critical reflection part as part of any initiative or project that we are doing, or any policy, to be honest that this is, this initiative, this suggestion come from this perspective. And of course, politicians would never do. But I think to have this critical reflection and to actually get people to be critically reflected when we go and vote, when we go and buy things, when we go and support something, or when we decide not to go and demonstrate, against, opposite the government. I mean, we need to be, it sounds lame because, in higher education, we are trying to get our students to be critically reflective, but it is so important because then you kind of understand what you are not looking into, what perspective you're missing, and if you're being explicit about it, it kind of makes things much easier. So I think critical reflection probably in anti-trafficking is quite an interesting idea, maybe something we can discuss.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Also for us, we don't do this enough, yeah. So I can imagine that we could really, yeah, for ourselves also focus on that and see what we can change. Well, thank you for all this. We have come to the end of our session here. It was really great because it was most interesting, and I think it gives such a lot of thinking for our future activities. So what I can do is just, I hope to be able to promise that we will continue this discussion with these interesting people. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for all of you and for coming under these circumstances, because still we are half pandemic times, but nevertheless, I'm really glad that we did it. Yeah? Because the question was, should we try to have a physical meeting? And but I think it was an excellent idea. I also appreciate it so much. Thank you.